crap, how many times you need to crap mobile, another crap mobile. Anyway, hey guys, Shabbat Shalom. We still have a couple of hours in regards of it. And Jesus saves. Oh. Yeah, but anyway. So I was looking into this guy, Mike Adams. And apparently he committed suicide apparently a couple of years ago, I guess 3 years ago or so. Which doesn't make any sense to me. I tried to find a little information about him. But so he's ending up retiring from this place, and one place said that he would get a pretty nifty, what do you call it, bonus with that in some sense. So just because he would be, like I can't really say other thing than I think he was murdered, Like, why would he take his life? Just with the information I have, like, I'm thinking, like, okay, there's a motive to murder him. Clearly people didn't like him, and in regards to the truth that he actually went, why would he take his life? Doesn't make any sense. I just doesn't. And it's, someone said something in regards of weird, that's like, which I haven't seen any other places in regards of why he took his life, but it seems like this just lies as far as I know. Anyway, I found Hope One or cross-examined on YouTube. They apparently have something in regards to this guy, Mike Adams, and here two of the guys are talking a little about him. I had another place where, here we go, like, UNCW pays Mike Adams. Oh, here we go. That's like 2 minutes and 15 minutes. Like, UNCW pays Mike Adams more than, like, a huge, like, $500,000 to retire early. And it's like, the guy, think about how much he could have used on time against, first degree murder on children in regards to so-called abortion. So if this is the same guy, it must be the same guy because he's like a professor at this place. And Adams was a dedicated Christian and would tell you to your face that it is impossible to love God and hate his creation. People, no matter who they are. Adams was very effective in fighting censorship at the neo-Stalinist far left. He won every battle he engaged in against such, and they hated him for it. Adams stood for freedom tempered by personal responsibility, so the enemies of freedom hated him. Like, this guy clearly, and he's standing against the devil in regards, and the demons. So I'm like, why would he ever take his life? He's battling this thing, and I don't see anything in regards of, it just seems ridiculous. Now I did see a guy write in regards to the reason. I think that seems to be slander. I haven't seen anything else in regards to the information, and the guy that I saw write it in the chat didn't seem to back it up in any way. Although on YouTube it's hard to say anything because you get censored all the time. I think around 50% of what I write, if not more, is getting censored on YouTube. Yeah, I don't get it, like someone says, I guess sometimes there's good news in 2020. He's dead, like terrible, and everybody who defends abortion, defends murder on other people is just stinking, filthy evil, Someone says, this guy was horrible. Yes, people have a right to their belief, but he was insulting everyone he could at a public university. People like him belong at private schools where all agree with their hateful mentality. It's like, these days people are full of demons. They can't handle the truth, and they attack it on every single level. And of course, they have the demons to help them. The demons that they have inside of them, housing them. So I was just trying to find out a little more about him. Like here we have like this is 2022 2022 July the 3rd.
From
Let's see here.
UNCW about the retirement of controversial professor Mike Adams and how much his settlement will cost the university. Tonight, Seahawks students are speaking out. WWAY's Tanner Barth has that part of the story.
We weren't exactly satisfied because he still left with the pension and with that retirement.
UNCW Chancellor Jose Sartorelli sent an email to students releasing the details of the settlement controversial professor Mike Adams will receive to retire early from the university. Adams will be paid more than $500.
So he said, don't shut down the universities, shut down the non-essential majors like women's studies. Yeah. Oh yeah. These maniac, feminist, satanic, what is Jezebels, It's just they're mad, murderous, male-hating, rebellious women that hates to be women and hates men yet wants to be like men, men, wants to educate themselves and have a career and, before they are getting, before they see them, like 40 fat and finished and all that, and no husband and hatred to the man and just ridiculous, no, yeah, well, they can always get some cats, right? It's just
$1,000 for lost salary and lost retirement benefits.
We're happy to see him go, especially with his statements on Twitter and other social medias, but we feel like
I was like a pink thing and all that. It's like, give me a break,
things could have been handled in a more just way.
In his statement, Sartorelli went on.
Black people are not the problem. This is from Mike S. Adams. Black people are not the problem. Entitled white liberals are the problem. Yeah. Okay. And so his name is Mike S. Adams, apparently. Mike and S with a dot, apparently. American columnist and writer. But yeah, I just kind of don't buy that he would kill himself. Like, why would he kill himself? Like, this sounds like someone murdered him, Like, why would he? Yeah, well, he got fired off the university or whatnot, and so what, He now had more than enough time to further engage against abortion, murder, first-degree murder, are the weakest in society. So yeah. I guess he has also some books. Michael Scott Adams, he's called actually, was an American conservative political columnist, writer, and professor at criminology at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. He became known for his outspoken opinions, frequently attracting controversy. Yeah, the Satanists didn't like him. And we have a lot of Satanists in the world these days. Yep, we have a lot of Satanists. Not only do we have the clear-thinking Satanists, we also have wolves in sheep clothing amongst, the Christians, proclaimed Christians that are actually working for the devil. Interesting, when I search like Mike S. Adam, I get Michael S. Heiser. It's like, on YouTube, apparently, in regards of searching out this guy, is apparently not, but of course the YouTube search is absolutely, terrible. Sometimes you need to go to the, anyway, let's see here. As I discussed this here, Michael Scott Adams. Well, he seems to have fought a battle, and I guess he might have, yeah. Why would he take his own life? Doesn't make any sense. Why would this guy have taken his life? There's more than multiple motives to kill him from the Satanists, because they want to kill our children. They want to have, they want to promote the killing of the unborn children, the weakest in society. It's absolutely disgusting. So I just, I'm searching for him, right? And I'm not getting one single hit on YouTube. On the standard YouTube search. I get weekend update Dilbert on Scott Adams. Oh, okay. I guess this is actually in regards of him. On Scott Adams' racist rant. Okay, I guess that must be him, but I don't see his I don't see anything from himself, No, it's just pretty much we have the creator of Dilbert, Scott Ammons, onto show talk. Why not show anything in regards to the guy himself, No, I don't see his face. This seems to the officer, and I do wonder, like I haven't, the MGTOW red pills and all that. I don't seem to have heard anything about Michael Scott Adams either. Maybe it's because he was against. Is this the guy? No, it can't be the guy. This guy looks different than. This looks different than the guy. Scott Adams on the dignity. I think this is someone else. It doesn't look like the same guy, does it? Let's hear. In honor of Dr. Well, see, do we have an image? Here we have the guy from the police thing, Warner Wallace. And we have another guy. Can't remember his name. I was just trying to find a picture of this guy, Mike Adams. Again, see a Mike Adams video trailer. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, that doesn't look like the guy that I found on. Uh-oh. Why is it closing down? It's just stupid nonsense in regards to the mobiles. Well. So here we go. Here he is.
Well, he told the story so we can go home. Oh, it is so awesome to be here among friends. But I want to begin by telling you guys that I've had some hard decisions to make in my life, but the easiest decision
In any case, so that's the guy, and he has glasses. The other guy doesn't seem to have glasses.
Newspapers around the country are dropping beloved comic strip Dilbert after its creator, Scott Adams, went on a racist rant last week advocating for white people to get the hell away from black people. Off the record, he's got a point. Here to comment. That's what the card says. Here to comment is Dilbert.
Hey, Michael.
Hi, Dilbert. So, had you ever seen this side of Scott Adams before?
Michael, I think I can speak for myself and the entire all-white staff at the Dilbert offices when I say this was a total shock. I mean, most cartoonists are weird, but racist weird? Let's just say I didn't see that memo. Right? Memos? Work is boring, but it can be funny too. That's kind of my thing.
So you just thought Scott was weird?
No, I knew he was bad. He made me go into the office every single day during COVID, and he knows I'm autoimmune.
You're autoimmune?
Do I look like somebody who's not autoimmune?
I don't know what if this is the, or if this is just someone else. So yeah, again, it's a little hard to figure out. This is Dilbert comic drop after the creators. Now that seems to be another guy. This guy, so doesn't seem to be the right. This seems to be some cartoonist thing, So this seems to be something else. Okay. So again, kind of not so easy to get around in regards to things. The Daily Wire had something in regards to him, and some of the Christians had some information about him. And he had some audiobooks as well in regards of, it seems like against, Nazi, what is it called? Feminazis? It's like, oh, my brain, my poor brain. Okay, in honor of Dr. Mike Adams, let's see here.
Dr. Mike Adams. You guys are having a lot of fun this morning. Woo! All right. I hear we must have some Southerners here.
Uh-huh.
My name is Mike Adams, and I'm a professor at UNC Wilmington and a faculty member here at Summit.
Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Mike Adams.
It's so good to be here, but let me get started with a story, ladies and gentlemen. And I said, giddy up, because I'm from Texas.
So the way that Summit has affected me has been really interesting. It's funny that
I'll speak here, and all these Summit kids will come up to me and say, "Thanks for speaking," and they're just shaking my hand and complimenting me and stuff like that. And I just am kind of snickering a little bit because I think it's funny, because I actually can't believe I actually get paid to do this. It's such an honor and a blessing. I know, obviously, that students come here and they're affected and they're equipped, but I've actually been equipped.
Well, I'm just sitting here.
Minding my own business as usual.
And things were getting really rough. It was just fantastic to be around here at Summit, interacting with the speakers, with the students, yelling at the dish pit. It's good for the body to come out here and be in nature. It's good for the soul to be exposed to the truth, and you'll form everlasting, lifelong friendships as well.
Well, I think we already know who wins in the final analysis. So what do we do between now and then? Well, we realize that the pursuit of justice and virtue and truth is intrinsically rewarding. There is no greater joy than standing up for the truth.
Your right to life and your human value don't...
So this is from his abortion debate. And
come from other humans. And that's why other humans cannot take them away.
Thank you. You need to have a conviction that between now and the time that you die, every single time you encounter a person who says, "I'm pro-choice," you recognize that it is your moral obligation to plant a stone in their shoe. Because you have absolutely no idea what will happen until you pass and wind up on the other side.
Annoying, in regards to okay. Yeah, so there's like a memory video of him. Yeah.
Please join me in welcoming.
So, it seems to have stood against, rebellious madness of feminism, feminazism, or Nazi feminazis. Yeah, stood against the feminazis and these rebellious Jezebels. So he wrote this "Black People Are Not the Problem" entitled "White Liberals Are the Problem."
To explain, the university was left with three options: let him continue his employment with the school, bring legal action against him, or agree to a settlement, which was the end result. Students wish the university would have taken another route, ultimately letting things be decided in court.
That would have shown.
The violent outrage of white liberals taking to the streets is brought to you by your local university. None of this would be possible without the encouragement of academic extremists who have hijacked the system of higher education.
Students, that they are invested in what they're saying. They're invested in their safety.
Yeah, people are crazy these days, right? So, yeah.
Safety, their protection, and really demonstrating that this harassment, this stalking, cyber stalking, what have you, is not tolerated.
Chris Neal, president of the Black Student Union, says while this is a step in the right direction, there is more to be done at the university. Not just statements here and there, but a lasting change.
Formative actions to appease the black people, and I would not want that to happen.
Guess my calendar went down.
Just to have little things to appease us, but lasting action, lasting change. Things that last for generations and generations.
And they hope they can look back at 2020 years down the road as not only a turning point at UNCW, but the country as a whole.
Just a mindset shift for everybody so that this year and furthermore, we can do better than what we have been doing.
In Wilmington, Tanner Barth, WW.
It all just seems to be rubbish, attacking a guy that talks a little truth, Maybe a little more than a little truth,
Retirement will go into effect August 1st. To read the full statement sent to UNCW students, just visit our website, wwaytv3.com.
It just doesn't seem like, why would, see, friends pounded on controversial UNCW Professor Stahl shouted his, see here, see what it has?
He never has anybody over there, and then I happened to be backing my truck up, and then I saw two vehicles pull in, and
So friends pouted on controversial UNCW Professor Stahl shouted his name before body was found. Like, again, why would he kill himself? Like, doesn't make any sense.
I knew that he was controversial, so it's like I kind of kept an eye out for things. And then once I saw the guys come on out, they went up to his front door, and they rang the doorbell, and one guy just started yelling, "Mike, Mike, Mike," and then they started beating on the door. And I didn't know if they were friends of him or against him, so I just kept on hanging out here to find out what was going on. And then about a half hour later, 2 sheriffs come on up, and then everything else happened. Next thing you know, I had 20-something vehicles all throughout here, and I was like, man, I hope nothing happened to them. And next thing you know, they put the ribbon up, and they were carrying him out right around, I think it was around 5 o'clock or something like that. And I was like, that really stinks. It was a great neighbor. We had probably 10 to 15 people out here last night around 11 o'clock. It was just, because it's been the traffic going by here and all the gawkers were just, obviously I wish none of this happened, it shouldn't happen to anybody. I don't care how controversial you are.
I just give me a break. But in regards to taking his own life, like, why would he take his own life, It just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, so here we have, like, the 2 guys that apparently knew him.
You see in the media and what a real person, or what a real person is really like. So we're going to talk about that. And then we're going to talk about Mike's death, his tragic death, and even discuss the issue of suicide. Then we're going to talk about, hopefully...
Suicide? Why would he commit suicide? It's like, so he got fired from some place, and, so then he just have more time doing, in regards of standing against the feminist bullshit, and it's just, he seemed healthy, as far as I could see, at least. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
What lessons we can learn from this, and what Mike would want us to do from here on out. How can we move forward? What can we take from this tragedy? And then we want to get your remembrances, your tributes, and any questions you might have in the YouTube feed or in the Facebook feed. At that point, we'll bring the great Jorge Gil on, and he will share those.
So this video is taken like 3 years ago. Hope One Live Show Season 2. Frank and Jay Warner Wallace paid tribute to their good friend and colleague Dr. Mike Adams, who died last month. Dr. Mike Adams was a UNC Wellington criminology professor, a Summit professor, a columnist, an author, a free speech and pro-life warrior, a fellow instructor with Frank and Jay Warner Wallace on our Fearless Faith seminar, and most important, a born-again Christian. Don't miss this episode of the Hope One Show. I don't get it. This guy had way many other things that he could do, even if he got fired. Like, these guys, he's out on the road, I guess, with them at some places as well, and speaks with them, and, he would just have more time for doing things, like, in regards of, so... Yeah, I don't buy the suicide, Doesn't make any sense. Of course, in regards to the other thing, that this other, which I don't know if, I guess that would have made, but no one, why would, if that was true, then I would sure, it would probably be all around, right? Because that would be, like, easy to defame his name if, so... But if it was just fired from, and he got a good,
So at this point, let me bring in Jim Wallace. Most of you know who Jim is, the great cold case homicide detective, coldcasechristianity.com, written several books, including Cold Case and Forensic Faith and God's Crime Scene, and some great kids books as well. Jim is in California right now, and Jim and I were both very close to Mike right up to his very last day. So, Jim, thanks for joining me on this tonight.
Yeah, how difficult was this? So we talked about how soon we should do something like this, and even how soon we should address concerns in the public or say much of anything. And I was, you and I both, you did a great job, by the way, on your radio show. Lots of people listened to that. I didn't tell you this, Frank, but I was in an event in Iowa for a Cedar Falls Bible Conference. And you had that was on maybe just a couple of days, your radio show had been on the air. And I can't tell you the number of people who came to me and said that they had listened to your show and had questions, like the kinds of questions we're going to answer tonight about.
Oh, that's interesting. Like, someone said that we bought the I Hate Mike Adams stickers he was selling to protesters who had no idea who he was, or that he were financially that they were financially supporting him. Lol. Honest question: why are you glad he committed suicide? Well, there must be some. I guess there's someone censorship or something like that. What made him a POS? Not sure what POS is. Just wanting to understand your perspective. Thanks. Really nice way of deflecting. Real mature. Have a good day. So apparently this other Major Harris is, I can't see his, I can only see one side of messages. But yeah, YouTube is one gigantic censor platform. You can't write to people. It just deletes. Automatically censors it. It shadow censors you, so you might think that you write something, but you don't. Someone says he didn't. He was murdered. Yeah, yeah. Why would? There's no reason why he would, commit suicide. Absolutely no reason. I would absolutely also think that he was murdered. Of course, you have people out there that doesn't, that don't have a problem with murdering people. So, like those that commit abortion, murderers. So, I don't know, my condolence to his friend and family, blah, blah, blah. My condolence to his friends and family. I only know Mike through some of the clips uploaded on his channel, and his incredible debate against that so-called Christian abortionist. I'm thankful for him standing up for conservative values and his faith. May his soul rest in the arms of God. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense that he would... And of course, it seems to be at the time of the nonsense of the corona. I never heard of Mike until tonight. I understand loneliness, though. Like, the guy had people around him. I wouldn't call that loneliness, Like, yeah, so just going through some of the messages here. Yeah, it just...
Because you took an approach that was, it was informed and really respectful of that's what we're trying to do, right? Is respect the family's wishes, respect the privacy of the family, and also honor the man we know, because I think a lot of stuff, if this was a suicide, then a lot of baggage sometimes is laid.
At least they say if it was a suicide, like, why would it be a suicide, What about a murder,
At the feet of people who would commit a suicide, especially within the church. Right. So, I wanted to protect Mike's memory also, and so did you. But now I think we're at a place where we can actually talk about this stuff. So,
absolutely. Well, let's
talk about the possibility of murder, maybe. Yeah.
Start with some of our remembrances of Mike, because you actually had some. Mike and I had a lot of private time, but so did you. I remember we did a Fearless Faith down in Mississippi, probably, 3-4 years ago. And you and Mike, I think, were traveling from New Orleans, from the airport there, to try and get to this location in middle of Mississippi. And what happened on the way? You can share some of it.
This is so typical of Mike, right? So what happens is you have a kind of public persona. And let's face it, we all craft that public. And Mike crafted his, and a lot of that was him being very respectful, really wanting to make amendment for freedom of speech, and really stretching those boundaries. And he spent so much time fighting for his own position as a professor. So you kind of think that's all there is to this guy, right? Is that public persona. Mm-hmm. And of course, you and I both know, I mean, you were close to him. As a matter of fact, most of the conversations I had with Mike toward the last couple of days were because you had called me and said, hey, you know, maybe he had come to house watch for you, or you had conversations only a couple hours away from you in Wilmington. So there was you had a certain relationship, and mine was based on our long travel trips and speaking engagements as a group. And on that trip, I'll tell you, you know the name of the old baseball player. Who was it that he knew? Yeah, Dizzy D. That's right.
Dizzy D.
He had a story. So we're on this car for maybe, I don't know.
Like here we have Adams was a tenured sociology and criminology professor who was set to retire early on August the 1st. He drew backlash in May after tweeting that people who wear masks in public look like fools. So he was probably also against all the naughty bullshit, you know. And for calling North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper a fascist, among other criticism for his response to the coronavirus pandemic. Among other criticisms for his response to the coronavirus pandemic. He also tweeted that women's studies is non-essential major and pushed for a separation of states from the country. Okay. So after North Carolina professor wasn't fired. Why? It's called the First Amendment. After the controversy, Adams announced that he was retiring early and recently reached a $504,702 settlement with the university for lost salary and lost retirement benefits. Like, that seems pretty good, you know. It's like doesn't seem to be that bad. Anyway, whatever the case, you know, why would he? Yeah, doesn't seem like. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah, you know, being against the corona nonsense and being a pretty high position, and I guess he should have had some, able to do some waves and all that in society and all that. Of course, yeah, there's a motive to murder him, of course.
Then my major premise.
And standing against abortion, first degree murder and all that, yeah. On the weakest in society, yeah. I could absolutely believe that a lot of people would be angry at him. So he was 55 years old. Oh, maybe there's some more information here. Oh, of the shutdowns caused by the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, Adams tweeted, "This evening I ate pizza and drank beer with 6 guys at the 6-seat tabletop. I almost felt like a free man who was not living in a slave state of North Carolina." Oh, now it makes actually a little more sense in regards of, and people were angry about so it's at the lockdowns. Like, when I saw it the first time, I was like, yeah, so what? So what? He's sitting with some friends, and what's the problem? Oh, he was not following the corona bullshit and all that. Adams, who is white, ended the tweet with "Massa Cooper, let my people go." I don't know what Massa Cooper is. Several Change.org petitions calling for his removal from the university gained thousands of signatures. Yeah, you kind of have thousands of people who are hating him at least, right? UNCW issued a statement in June calling Adams' tweet vile, but stopped short of firing him. Like, disgusting, that they... it's just disgusting. He sounds like a pretty good guy, that had some sanity amongst the absolute madness of this world. But I guess that's how it is these days. We live in a mad world, it just goes on with its madness and all that. It seems like people just want more madness, Let's see here. Oh yeah, he apparently also wrote a book that feminists say the darndest things. A political incorrect professor confronts woman. Woman? I don't know what the woman is. The woman. Maybe it's like the X and the Y or something like that. Oh my. Yeah, it's just. So yeah, I wanted to find something
time,
like
that-
very concentrated from him that I could maybe use, in regards of.
3 hours to get from
Yeah.
New Orleans to where the event was. I don't know why we flew in. I guess it was the closest airport. So we fly in, and now we're driving up, and we stop, we eat. We're going to talk about everything in life. Of course, he grew up in this area of the South, so he had stories. And one of the stories he told was this fact that he had an opportunity to either talk to, get a signature from Disney, and he passed on it, or it just didn't work out for him. I forget the exact details. But he was talking about it in the car. And somehow it came up that Dizzy Dean had been buried someplace in this part of the state, like on the route that we were taking to get to the speaking event. So I said, really? So we, this is what a great age we live in, right? We all have the glowing rectangle. So we Googled it, and we find out, oh yeah, he's at this, and I'm telling you, he is at a cemetery that is like so many cemeteries in the South in small town America. My dad lives in the South in small town America, and you'll find a cemetery like, really, it's over here in this field. If you didn't know it was there, you'd never find it. And this is where we had to go. So I said, Mike, let's. This is your chance to get a picture with Dizzy Dean, right? We're going to go and do it. And so he's like, we're going to find this place. I'm telling you, we must have pulled off and on at least 3 times trying to find this little cemetery. And we eventually did. I took a picture of him standing in front of the.
We got that picture. I don't know, Fort Hagen, there it is.
Yeah. So there he is on Highway 49 North in Mississippi. That's where the GPS on Instagram located it. But here he is. You can see it says Dean there on the marker. So, he got a chance to stand in front and with his hero there, that he missed the chance to get a signature, but he definitely had a picture with him.
A lot of people don't know. He was a big baseball fan. He liked to go to as many baseball parks as he could.
As you mentioned in the radio show, he supported himself as a musician, through college, and so we would always talk about guitars, because I was also.
I guess there's just a lot of talk. Like, what about in regards to him being murdered? Kind of.
Thought I could be a rock star someday, which
really got some
that turned out.
stuffness in
I
it,
put on
right?
worship teams, and so we would talk about certain kinds of guitars and he would collect guitars. He would spend time at Guitar Center or other guitar shops, right?
Yep.
By the way, if you've ever talked to somebody who works at Guitar Center, they will tell you that the most of their clientele are not bands. They're old guys like us who think we are artists. Okay,
that's right.
Are spending money at these shops, and that was mine.
When he came to my house. When the hurricane that was here a couple of years ago, I said, Mike, you need to come to our house. You're in Wilmington. You're going to get nailed. Well, Wilmington got 41 inches of rain that 2 days. We got about 11 inches here. But he came here. He took my guitar. He tuned it up. He bought me a tuner and put it on the end of it. It's still sitting there. It's still upstairs.
Yeah, that's the last
he
time
could
you
play.
played, right? Yeah.
In fact, Mike's brother David found an old cassette tape in Mike's garage and put it up on his YouTube channel. If you look for David Adams, he only has a few videos up there, and one of them is and put it up on his YouTube channel. If you look for David Adams, he only has a few videos up there, and one of them is a video. Well, it's just audio of Mike, and I think it was Katie and Mike was the band, something like that.
Anyway, let's move forward here in regards to the video here. I talk about,
Same thing happened to Mike.
That's right. And so what happened here, and what happened with Mike, and people don't understand that loneliness, right? There's a sense in which, look, anytime we're doing a Fearless Faith, if a question came up related to freedom of speech on campuses, what you might expect on campuses in terms of the kinds of worldview that's going to be presented, well, Michael Field does. That was his area of expertise. If a question came up that was more apologetic in nature, well, then you and I would feel those. Mm-hmm. He even was alone because he had the most robust understanding and had been through a 10-year denial process that he had to litigate, which he won after 7 years. So he ended up knowing a lot about the system. And you might think that someone who's been through that, it turns out that every step of that part of his life was a bruise. And it was a bruise that maybe he hid from us. But it turns out every negative comment, he would sometimes take those negative comments and turn them into columns. As you know, that one you read, which is just one of his most famous ones, right? The most reprehensible.
An embarrassment to higher education.
Yeah, the higher education. Great column. But I'm telling you, I know Mike well enough to know that when he got that first letter from a guy who called him an embarrassment, yeah, he responded in a very whimsical way. But that was also a bruise. And every negative comment on social media, those were also bruises. You might call them paper cuts. And after thousands of these that he allowed to seep into his soul, he was starting to struggle, I think, with exactly what Mark Stein is talking about in that article.
Yeah.
Now,
I submit to you, Jim, if you look at the student testimonies on Mike Adams' obituary page, these are student testimonies. If these things were said to him a month ago, Mike Adams would still be with us right now.
Well, here's the sad thing about this. I don't know if you knew this or not, but I used to always, both of us, you and I, and Mike would spend an entire season every year with Summit Worldview Conference. And so I would go there for every session. I would see Mike at every session. We would have breakfast together with the students, right? And I'm telling you, I know from the person who brings us up, who books all these.
Yeah, well, okay, so that's some information. I guess I just don't have the. I just wanted to find
there
something
are
good.
occasions where we as Christians need to litigate in the court of law. And I'm going to give you an example of that. You may think that people are well-intentioned with campus speech codes. They just want to make people feel comfortable, right? No. What did Steve McNamee say? They pick and choose winners and losers in the marketplace of ideas. But you know what? This is identity politics. You see, it's a political weapon for them. Certain political interest groups on our campuses, the Gay Straight Alliance is just one example. There are others. I don't mean to pick on them. There are many. They consider this to be a political weapon for them to shut down speech that they can't rebut. I've got a definition, by the way, for hate speech. I think it's speech that the left hates because they lack the intelligence to rebut it. And so they use this as a weapon to attack people. Does everyone understand? This battle is not about principle at all for them. It is all about identity politics.
Hate speech. Someone also says, I don't think was a suicide. Yeah, a lot of people don't think it was a suicide. This is 3 years. I don't think was a suicide. Okay, and someone says his thoughts might have been extreme and brash. Sure, I don't think so. But anyway, but you all seriously celebrating a man's suicide in these comments? Take a look at yourself. This political garbage is going too far. So apparently you have people in the comment sections, and who knows how many of those have been deleted, that actually, what do you call it, glorious, in regards of his death. So I haven't seen anything that I would consider like bad from him, I've seen some positive things, standing up for the truth, Let's see, God, human life, and abortion.
After admitting that an unborn child is a human being, you write on page 221, and thankfully you say in the book that it's nonsense that an unborn child is not a human being. You admit that the unborn child is. You say this, and I quote, "There may be circumstances in which it is not desirable to carry a fetus to full term. You then go on to advocate termination of pregnancy if birth control fails." Here's my question. Why is it that according to you, when God plays God by taking a life prematurely, in the Old Testament, for example, it is a moral outrage, but when you play God by taking a life prematurely through abortion, it is a moral right?
Oh, actually, a pretty good question, right? Because they usually want to attack God for everything, right? In regards of this and that and all that.
Well, it's a false distinction. I mean, that's not what I say. I mean, I say that the greater...
But yeah, he goes, he's not really responding. He just goes around circles. So as I recall on this, let's see another one here. Mike Adams' closing arguments. Oh, that should be
I
Mike
came here
Adams
this
here.
evening
Oh yeah,
and I
that's the
argued
closing argument he
that it
makes.
is wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being. I supported that with philosophy, arguing that each and every single one of us.
Yep.
When Elizabeth heard Mary's greeting, the choice, the blob of tissue,
The child, but they say baby in that version apparently.
the fetus, no, the baby
leave. Yeah.
The next question is, does abortion trump everything else in this country? Well, we've already seen what's in the womb. And you know, the Bible knew this centuries ago. You knit me together in my mother's womb. But probably one of the clearest passages on this, it's not really talking about abortion, but it's telling you what's in the womb, is when Mary goes to visit Elizabeth. Who's Mary pregnant with? Jesus. Who's Elizabeth pregnant with? John the Baptist. They're cousins. And Mary goes and she visits Elizabeth. And look what happens. This is in Luke chapter 1. At that time, Mary got ready and hurried to a town in the hill country of Judea, where she entered Zachariah's home and greeted Elizabeth. When Elizabeth heard Mary's greeting, the choice, the blob of tissue, the fetus, no, the baby leapt in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. Now, she's about 6 months pregnant at this point. The Bible is referring to John the Baptist in the womb as a baby. That's what's in the womb. And look, everybody knows this. Everybody already knows this. You have to be thoroughly propagandized to not know what's in a pregnant woman's womb. There's not a squirrel in there. Okay? There's not a blob of tissue. There's a baby in there.
Yeah.
He says, is little Samuel's hand the hand of a person, or is it the hand of a piece of property? And here's what Barbara Boxer said. I am not a doctor and I am not God. I trust other human beings to make these decisions.
I was like, always excusing themselves from murdering children. How can I share the pro-life message in my generation? I see who's there.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I'm 16. Yes. I was just wondering, like,
Then we actually have Adams, apparently.
on a high school campus, like, kids are very polarized by this issue.
Yes.
So how do you engage them
So-
in such a way that, like, you
There must kind of be like kind of a
using
sermon
visuals
with him or
and
something
teaching
like
people
that.
to educate them.
There must be a sermon with him or lecture in regards of where he talks about the subject somewhere, I guess. Maybe if, like cross-examined in regards of Mike Adams. See here, search. Where's the search? No search field videos. Maybe I need to push on videos. There we go. That's like a search. Okay, Mike Adams. No, what was it called? I can't even remember. Like my brain. Surviving a sex-crazed culture. Or madhouse, Mike Adams closing. Here we have the Mike Adams I knew and loved. Mike Adams addresses apathy towards abortion by asking, is the unborn my neighbor? See, you do have Mike Adams, couple of times here. Here they actually talk. Here we have Frank Turok, Mike S. Adams, J. Warner Wallace, and Jack Hibbs together answer a series of questions. That's like 4 years ago. Apparently they're together on the scene, standing against the evil of murder. It seems it's like the primarily one channel that seems to have anything. We have Mike Adams
That happened,
discusses his
the
free
adverse
speech
employment decision denying
right.
the promotion. I've been an advocate for the First Amendment, telling people to stand up for their rights for years. I can't turn around and then duck and run when the fight comes.
I've actually been pushing.
Like, think about, a guy like that just committing suicide,
Students into litigation against universities for years.
Doesn't make any sense.
So how could I then, when faced with a controversy, say, oh no, it's good for you to fight, but it's better for me to run? It was never an option, never anything that popped up in my name, and in my mind rather. And interestingly, right after the verdict was over, I got a job offer immediately from a Christian university, and I wrote him back and said, nope, there's only one person doing what I'm doing, and I've got to keep doing it. I hope that it tells the professors they need to stand up, and the most important thing is that we need several of them to stand up. They can't target.
Like, here we have, someone says, I read one of his books. This was a very brave man. And as applied here, it was very unlike him to do the ultimate cut and run. I wonder what drove him to it. Well, maybe someone murdered him, Exactly, I'm shocked. He was a believer in Jesus too, right? Yeah. A brother in the faith. This was so unexpected. Yeah, maybe because someone murdered him, made it look like a suicide, someone tries to make this man couldn't handle all the hate and anger in his heart. What are you talking about? He was defending the innocent in regards of, it's defending against all the mass murders. That's probably, this one is probably another mass murder. It's like, if suicide didn't kill him, a heart attack probably would have. Like, what do you, like, it's just disgusting. These devil-filled people, who just, I'm lacking the words, but they just love doing the work of the evil one. Someone asked, what hate did this man have? Or is it that your opinion? Your opinion is noted, thanks. Yeah. It's like, these people, it's just, how can they say that he's full of hate? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But of course, when you're full of demons, right, things turns upside down, right? Good becomes bad and bad becomes good and all that in these people's mind that are running after the devil. Someone writes, he did not kill himself and he didn't create hell. He fought against it. That's why the evil left killed him. Yeah, I don't see how he. Yeah, a lot of these comments apparently are 3 years old. But I don't see why he should kill himself. I think he was murdered. That's just my opinion. I think he was murdered. Someone made it look like that he committed suicide. And people clearly have what do you call it, admonish. Clearly a lot of people have, admonish CCT or whatever it's called, against him. Here someone says, I really thought that liberals are very violent when faced with people they don't agree with. Case in fact, just look at what's going on in the country right now, and just the comments as well. That is also some of them. Clearly, a lot of people hated him. So is there any motive to murder him? Yeah. Some of these people are just absolutely demonic filled. Dr. Adams Memorial Service. I don't know what that. I had one of these, that was in regards of. It's just like you could just listen. She was just mad. It's like incredible. Like, wow, what a screwball. And at the very end, she just had to scream, after she actually tried to be nice and all that. She just had to. You just like the demons just took over in regards of, from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. She just ended up beginning to yell. It's like, oh my, what a mental mess. Like, run away, right? It's like, run away, just keep far away from me, right? So, yeah. So, I don't get this thing that, in regards to suicide. No, I just don't. That's of course you can be, pushed to things, but nah, why would he, it's like, it doesn't make sense. Like,
Target me if others are actually standing up. When I got back from the summer, I teach in a ministry in the summer in Colorado, and after everything was finally settled, a UNCW administrator passed me in the hall, and she grabbed me by the arm, and she said, "Congratulations," and she whispered it, and then scampered off to work back in her office. Boy, some people think I appreciate that. I don't. I don't appreciate that at all. When people whisper their support to me, what if all of them got up and said, "No, he's right, it's systematic"? And even if it were just half a dozen or a dozen at every university that just said, "Oh no, this stuff goes on all the time," then they couldn't just target one person. So that's
yeah, I guess, when people keep quiet about,
the lesson I hope will be learned. Sometimes
yeah, I really support you. Yeah, it's like, but don't tell anyone, right?
we're our own worst enemy.
Yeah, I guess he, because if there's actually others that agree with him and they don't speak up, or they don't, like, yeah. I have a Mike Adams memorial service here. I have a different pictures of him. Letters to a Young Progressive. I guess this is some of his books or something like that, I guess. Yeah. I guess that, he had a family as well, like, so family and people know him, I'm sure, how can a person like that be lonely? I guess they want to put this lonely thing on him, but just don't seem like lonely. Like, you have all these, if you want to talk about lonely, it's like, here, right? It's like, anyway, but this guy is like, lots of friends, and, lots of people around him, a family and all that, like, how do you say that he's lonely and he just took his life, and like, he was still on the work, right, when he did it, so he's actually still working as well, I think, before he, like, it doesn't make any sense, just give me a break with the bullshit, so it doesn't make any sense in regards to that. Just a bad excuse, someone murdered him, here we have the Jewish guy as well, with him, can't remember his name, the abortion debate, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Standing with a beer, standing with this other guy that is, so lonely. Nah, come on, I guess this is his children or something like that. Some more children of his, I guess. Well, maybe it's like children's. So, and he has his guitar and some more children around. Oh, the books. The Bible's answers to 100 of life's biggest questions. I'm not sure if he wrote that. Letter to a Young Progressive, how to avoid wasting your life protesting things you don't understand. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. Like, see here, let's just take a screenshot so we have the books. Whatever, I don't know. It's just, I guess there's more than enough to research, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Here he is with, I guess, here with another one. Lots of people around him, Yeah. So yeah, it just doesn't seem to be standing with some guitars. So yeah, collection of pictures for sure of you know, he comes around for sure with, you know, people and this and that, you know, okay. So after, I guess that's 12 minutes more. Let's see here what we have. I guess this is the service for his memorial service, I guess, where they, you know, let's take it to the
Mike was a Christian colleague,
Christian
a
colleague.
friend, a confidant, or as I often told him, my homie.
Like your homie.
My white homie.
My white homie.
And if you knew Mike, like many of us at Summit Ministries, you knew him to be the ultimate pun master.
Now let's go forward here.
The other.
Some music apparently, or guitar music. Yeah, well.
You're here for a reason.
Oh, that's
You're not
something
here
from
by
him.
chance.
Okay, let's see it. I'll go a little back. Maybe we.
4 days before a jury of his peers.
Uh-huh.
Trials or opposition you may face, and no matter the end result, Lord.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got an invitation to speak in North Raleigh, North Carolina, at a Baptist church, and I went and I gave a speech on the trial.
Baptist church.
And I just
That's pretty good. At least he's. I wonder if he, you know, I haven't seen any Roman Catholic bullshit around, so.
About what we've gone through and our epic battle, and I did that. And when it was over, I was walking out of the church, and the most incredible thing happened. Someone comes up and grabs me by the bicep, and I turned around and I look, and there is an elderly black man who grabs me by the arm, and he just looks down at me. He's about 6'4", and he looks down at me and he says, "I just want to thank you for that thing that you've done for our people." And it really caught me off guard, because I said, my goodness, this is a man who lived through segregation, and one of the few people in this country who realizes that we are all involved, black and white, in an epic civil rights struggle in the United States of America. That's what he meant. And I responded to him by just looking, and what I always do when people try to compliment me on what I've done, it just was so easy to do. It was so right to do. I feel awkward when they do that. So I said, well, you don't understand. The Lord's been raising me up to do this thing since 1993, when he brought me in as an atheist, and he knew what my fate would be. He knew that I would convert. And that elderly black man looked at me, and he stuck his finger in my face, and he says, no. He said, the Lord been raising you up to do this thing since you was a little boy. And he turned and he walked off. Wow. And it put things into perspective, because as I look around this evening, I see a lot of young people. And your battles are going to be epic. Your struggles are going to be great. But let me tell you something. You're here for a reason. You're not here by chance. You're here because the Lord's been raising you up to do something great since you were little boys and little girls. And this is not chance. This is providence. This is providence.
That's a pretty good speech he does right there. Oh, what happened? Oh. Like, where's the rest of it? You know, it's like, that was actually a pretty good speech from him. Like, you know, no wonder someone would have liked to murder him, right? Well, I guess a lot of people would, you know, and the demons as well. Yeah, he's a Christian. He's standing up against first-degree murder, and he's standing up for, you know, it seems like the First Amendment, right? In regards of course, the Roman Catholics wants to, you know, pull us over in the total direction of their bullshit, you know. Summit Spotlight Mike Adams. 5 minutes of Mike Adams here. So.
My name is Mike Adams, and I'm a professor at UNC Wilmington and a faculty member here at Summit.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many summers have you taught at the
I've
Summit?
taught for 7 years at Summit, and actually the first 2 years that I taught, it was just, I think I did.
Yeah, but yeah, why would he take his, you know, give me some reason why he would take his life. Like loneliness, oh, give me a break with the bullshit, okay? It's like, doesn't, and he knows, like, he would know that he would be one of, you know, he's one of those guys that actually have affected things, you know, in regards of going against abortion and all that. students in the Greater Wellington community from turning out of Warwick Ballroom to learn what the minds of... Let's try to open that and see what that is.
Last week, UNCW professor Dr. Mike Adams and practicing OBGYN Dr. Willie Parker participated in the abortion debate. A large crowd was expected, but the crowds proved to be even bigger than the sponsors had planned for.
Roughly 600 people showed up to the debate, and probably 100 left because they couldn't find a spot.
Wow. Gianni Sinelli, a member of Ratio Christi, said they chose the speakers because of their outspoken worldview.
Speakers who were both professing Christians. That way this wasn't a debate about, oh, you're a bad Christian or you're not a real Christian. We wanted to make sure that wasn't the intention here.
Some concern was expressed that the speakers were both male on a women's reproductive rights issue.
We by no means intentionally left women out of this debate. It was actually a group of women that chose these two guest speakers.
Mm-hmm. Despite the...
Yeah, they would do anything, to whatever. But anyway, women back into the kitchen, that's pretty much... Yeah, it's just trying to be men is like, give me a break.
Doors being closed, crowds gathered outside the ballroom to live stream the debate.
I don't know. I don't know if this guy didn't like what was said, or if he had just had his mind blown, or...
Many agreed this is an important...
I know what happened with that guy. Anyway, should abortion remain legal? It's
topic to be discussed.
It's talk.
I think it's somewhat blown out of proportion in the sense that there are other things more...
Like, look at how much waves he's making just by doing this,
pressing, but I think this is something that absolutely cannot be skipped over.
Despite
a room... what?
But I think this is something that absolutely cannot be skipped over.
I can't hear what he said.
But I think this is something that absolutely cannot be skipped over.
Despite a room full of differing opinions.
Somewhat blown out of proportion in the sense that there are other things more pressing, but I think this is something that absolutely cannot be skipped over.
Despite a room full of differing opinions, there is one thing that we can all agree on.
I would just encourage people to continue educating themselves, continuing to listen to the other side, even if they feel like they have their opinions.
Again, actually, it shouldn't even be up to debate. Abortion is first-degree murder, and anyone supporting it is a murderer. Whether by heart or in act, it is murder, it is a sin, it's very disgusting. It's, it's clearly wrong. So, I don't know, in regards to all this debate things, it's just wrong. It's just, as like, oh, we can talk about it. Talk about murdering people, like... just let's talk about murdering this person and debate back and forward if it's okay to murder this person, like an innocent person. Yeah, I just give me a break with the bullshit.
Even if they feel like they're not going to agree with someone else who believes differently,
I just think it's just, I don't even know why it's even a talk, thing to be talked about. It should be, it's murder and that's how it is, and it shouldn't be done.
I just encourage people to continue to listen and continuing to educate themselves.
So it's like we go from here to where it's actually not legal to where, oh, now it's legal, but we discuss it and we can end up in where no one actually talks about it, but it's just normal, right? But it's the same thing in Denmark with evolution. No one debates it now, but we can see in English where you still have creationists standing up for the truth, and you see the debate, It's just disgusting how to see the devilish, how the devil try to attack with the truth. And, it's just evil people. There's lots of evil people out there. Mike Adams debates an abortion doctor who claims... Okay, let's see what that is. Let's see, open up. Who claims to be a Christian. Or maybe...
Just sit back, relax, and leave the driving to Mike Adams.
This is from Richard.
This is... why would I... where did that accent come from? Exactly. This is Wretched Radio. Mike Adams, professor, University of Wilmington in North Carolina, in a debate with a man who
Maybe it's from the debate. Maybe the debate was his most popular thing that he did, you know.
claims to be a Christian who is a pro-abortion doctor.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So that must be from the debate. And this is from when, 2019. Let's see, so 2019, apparently he must have been fixing this or something like that. That's like, and then he dies 3 years ago. You know, so let's see here. 4, 5, so 5 years ago he makes the debate that makes waves, and then three years ago he's dead, you know.
In other words, he commits abortions, which I think is a lot better.
It's first degree murder. There's no excuse. It's first degree murder. I don't know why. I'm sick and tired of the bullshit of talk, right? In regards of it's first degree murder. Don't try to slip around it. It's first degree murder. You know, you stop the life from growing. You kill it. You murder it. It's murder.
Abortions. Having a debate.
It's disgusting, filthy murder.
Ministries put this together, and I think Mike Adams does such a super fine job of laying out the pro-life case. Now, please note, this particular debate is not a theological debate. Now, I believe that you need theology to support your logic and reason. Without objective truth, there really can be no logic and reason, merely preferences. Nevertheless, Mike doing a bang-up job of applying the SLED argument against Dr. Willie Parker. You remember SLED? The big question in the life debate is, what is it? And people will respond and say, it's really small. Okay, so we're 2-year-olds, we don't kill them. Level of development, it's not as developed. Okay, my teenager isn't as developed as I am, as a grown adult, but I'm not going to kill my teenager. Environment, it's inside of the mother's womb. Since when does zip code?
I guess you could say that pretty much every woman out there is not as developed as a man. So therefore, let's just kill all the women, right? Or the women, the feminazis, right? But in any case, you know, anyone who commits murder is kind of a murderer, you know? And usually we put murderers in a jail cell and all that, right? And we have a lot of murderers out there that just... And you can see the Satanist in regards to murdering the children, how it connects as well with abortion and all that. It's not that hard to see. It's like,
code or location.
it's evil, it's wicked, it's wrong.
Whether or not somebody's human. And then finally, degree of dependency. Well, it requires mom to stay alive. Just like a lot of people require drugs to stay alive, but we don't kill them. That is your sled. Jump on it and ride it to the finish line if you're ever in a discussion about abortion.
Dr. Willie Parker says that he will not do...
Let's go a little back here, okay?
Require drugs to stay alive, but we don't kill them.
Drugs, so yeah, in regards to being underdeveloped, you know. Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, and underdeveloped in regards of needing things to keep alive and all that, you know, doesn't take away that it's still a person.
That is your sled. Jump on it and ride it to the finish line if you're ever in a discussion about abortion.
Dr. Willie Parker says that he will...
It's interesting, there's not a single comment in regards to this video.
Will not do race-selective abortions. He also says that he will not do sex-selective abortions. So he has declared that it is wrong to engage in racial discrimination and gender discrimination. I absolutely agree. But do you see what the problem is here? He has traded away 2 forms of discrimination, race and gender, in exchange for 3: size, level of development, and degree of dependency. I, for the record, am opposed to all 5 of those forms of discrimination.
Excellent stuff, that. Sometimes you can actually agree with your opponent on a particular line or statement. You don't give ground. You're demonstrating I'm reasonable, and in this case, you can put it in your hand like a club. Just bang on him for it.
I have in my materials here a article by Dr. Mary Calderon, who was the International Medical Director of Planned Parenthood. She said that the number of women dying as a result of unsafe abortions had gone all the way down to approximately, I think it was 256 in the year 1957. Now, the problem is that once Roe versus Wade then came along and became legal, the number of abortions being performed every year went up by several 100,000. So it raises a fundamental question. Does it make sense to kill several 100,000 innocent human beings to save several hundred?
That's a powerful statistic. I think the number, that was a Planned Parenthood number from 1957. I do believe in 72, the year before Roe v. Wade was passed, the number of women who died, don't take this one to the bank, but it was well under 100.
So,
and yet that is the argument that gets used.
So here we see like it doesn't make sense. Like, you know, Adams, the controversial UNCW professor, was taught criminology, which I still don't know what. It's like something in regards to crime or something like that. So his sociology was set to retire from the university in a little over a week. So he's still working. So clearly he can't be lonely, right? You know. In June, UNCW announced it's reached a deal with Adams to retire on August the 1st, following a series of inflammatory comments Adam made on his social media accounts. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Why would you... You know, it seems like the Satanist thought, oh, we can use this, you know, and say that he committed suicide, right? It's an, you know, it's just a perfect, you know, it's like, well, perfect and perfect, that's might not, but it would be a way to say, well, he couldn't handle it, he committed suicide, you know. You do wonder if those that said that he committed suicide had any, you know, affiliation with Roman Catholicism. Because Roman Catholicism seems to, you know, be utter evil. UNCW and work to get the, you know, people standing up for truth, you know, away. Anyway, UNCW professor Mike Adams' death ruled suicide, deputy says. Oh, do we have any Roman Catholics at that place who deemed it a suicide? UNCW professor Mike Adams died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Oh, really? I was like, that was this guy, right, that shot himself twice, you know, said that was suicide. Anyway, according to the news release from the New Hanover County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, let's see, how many Catholics might be in that stinking building, you know? Yeah, who knows, you know? I'm just asking, you know, could there be any Roman papists in there? Oh, you know, you're not allowed to use the religious test, right? Well, Roman papists should not be allowed to be in any state government positions. They actually should be kicked out of the nation, you know? Like we did in the past. Where we kicked out all these poopish people and their filthy, stinking religion and, yeah, gave the finger to the Antichrist in drunken, whoring Rome. Anyway, deputies responded to Adams' home located at 328 Winson Road in the Bayshore community around noon Tuesday, July 23, for a chick welfare call. A 911 caller told New Hanover County dispatchers that they were concerned about Adams after they hadn't heard from him in days and his car hadn't moved. Shouldn't they actually still be going to work? So you would think that, you know, the workplace would have noticed that he didn't come to work, right? Hadn't moved, according to records released by the county. The caller added that Adams had acted erratically prior and was likely under a lot of stress. Erratically. So the caller added, which caller? Who is it? The caller? What caller? When deputies managed to gain entry into the home, they found Adam deceased in a bedroom. Detectives began their investigation in partnership with the medical examiner, and it was ascertained that Mr. Adams committed suicide with a single gunshot to the head, the news release stated. No one else was in the home at the time of the incident, and no foul play is suspected, the sheriff's office says. The does that mean that there isn't any foul play in regards to it? Adams, we don't. Do we trust the police? The police. I don't trust the police. I don't trust the medical mafia. I don't trust the state. I guess I don't really trust many people out in this world because they're full of evil bullshit and demons, And they have rejected the truth and they're running with lies and deceptions and evil works. Adams, the controversial UNCW professor who taught criminology and sociology, was set to retire from the university in little over a week. Like, again, he's still, like, he's going to, there's going to be a break, Like, if I had, like, worked day in and day out and all that, and I'm going to retire, I was like, hey, I'm going to take a little break maybe, like, give me a break. You're telling me that there isn't anything that the guy could have, it just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, something went wrong with the video. And this is also at the time of the corona, and of course they also murdered other people, so why wouldn't they also have murdered this guy, Yeah. So, yeah, I would still keep to it that I don't think he committed suicide, he was likely under a lot of stress. Didn't he just kind of, get the thing sorted out and okay, he understands that he's going to take, a lot of stress. How does that work, He's going to have the ability to relax now. So how is that being under a lot of stress, Yeah. I don't get it. And those inflammatory comments and all, give me a break. They seem to be pretty sane, to me, Seems like a sane person, but of course, sane person in this world, people tend to have a problem with that, Because we live in an insane world, with a lot of evil around us. Okay, UNCW hired Adams to teach in the criminal justice program. So I guess it's some kind of criminally thing and all that. Adams became known for his outspoken conservative opinions. Yeah, the devil wouldn't like that. Which were frequently controversial with students, faculty, and the public. Let's see here. Later that year, Adams joined. Let's see. Oh, well, let's see. Let's go backward. Harper House published Adams' first book, Welcome to Ivory Tower of Babel, in 2004. Sentinel published his second book, Feminists Say the Darndest Things. A politically incorrect professor confronts women on campus in 2007. 2007. Yeah, 2007, right? 2007. Later that year, Adams joined the faculty of Summit Ministries in Manitou Springs, Colorado, where he spent his summer lecturing against abortion and defending First Amendment rights on college campuses. Sounds like a very, very nice thing, a very... his third book, Letters to the Young Progressive, How to Avoid Wasting Your Life Protesting Things You Don't Understand, was published by Regnery Publishing in 2013. Like, the guy sounds pretty sane to me, he sounds like he actually has some sanity in there. Not unlike the rest of the bullshit world. I don't know in regards to the Ivory Tower of Babel, what that book is about, but... of course, Babel in regards to Babylon, of course. Confessions of a Conservative College Professor. Oh, Confessions. That sounds interesting. That could also have some goody stuff, I guess. So apparently he released 3 books, and sounds like all 3 books could be pretty good. Oh, Adams lampoons sacred liberal cause such as affirmative action, ethnocentrism, gay pride, cultural insensitive training, multiculturalism, and censorship. That sounds like it could be a pretty interesting book. Yeah, let's see here. A Tale of Two Feminists. A left wing debate on affirmative action answering a false accusation of racism. Well, then we have the Tale of Two Feminists. Rotten meat and ethnocentrism. An illegitimate attack. Cornell, Western France, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Desk. That. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Desk. Oh my. Okay, that sounds pretty fun. At least it's the title. Chasing witty and fighting cultural insensitivity. Jesse Jackson, Jesus Christ, and Martin Luther King. Smile, you are on Councilwoman's camera. Lizards in the attic. The Women's Resource Center. A matter of public record. The Campus Crusade Against Christ. UNC Feminist Abort Free Speech. Welcome to UNC San Francisco. The Cost of Diversity. God and Man at Carolina. With Carlton Allen. Censorship and Sensibility. Gay Pride and Prejudice. The Rap on Diversity, my new affirmative action grading policy, the denigration of Darwinism. Oh my, War and Peaceniks, crash landing for affirmative action. The false friends of the court, the false friends at the court, yeah. So you're a feminist. Isn't that cute? The Campus Crusades Against Christ revisited. Ridiculous man-hating lesbians. The Men's Resource Center. Narrow-minded religious bigots of mice and Musa. How I Lost My Virginity. Uncle Tom's Q-Band. The Viagra Monologues. Our New Class Policies. My new affirmative action hiring proposal. Part 3. Intellectual terrorism in the wake of 9/11. In dedication of an undivided humanity, the enemy in our midst. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Epilogue, my application for Director of Diversity. Thanks to, and all that, okay. It sounds like a pretty good book, Sounds like it could be interesting, It sounds like it might have some MGTOW, maybe some red pill stuff, in regards of that category. In regards of all some truth bombs. Welcome to my book about the Ivory Tower of Babel. Before we get started, let me warn you that this will probably be the shortest book introduction you ever read. I don't have much time to write because, as we speak, a feminist professor is combing the halls, removing offensive flyers from all of the bulletin boards in the social science building here at UNC Wellington. I just saw her remove a couple of Hooters flyers, along with several ads for upcoming fraternity parties. She thinks it's her job to remove all speech from the building that is potentially offensive or degrading to women. She has tenure, so she has plenty of time to donate to the campus thought policy. I'm going to go see if she removes the Queers for Christ flyer as soon as I'm finished writing this introduction. It's pretty safe bet that she won't touch it. Political correctness has been a problem ever since I started teaching here 10 years ago. It became an even bigger problem when the administration started calling it the diversity movement a few years later. Shortly after they gave the movement a name and official status, a flurry of programs, officers, and initiatives began to emerge, all in the name of campus diversity. Throughout this book, I will argue that this movement has actually reduced the amount of diversity on the campus. I will also talk about some great threats the movement now possesses to the First Amendment. But before I begin to talk about how the university has changed, I have to say something about how I have changed over the last 10 years. Indeed, it is a combination of the fact that the university have moved solidly in one direction and I in another that is responsible for this book, because he became a Christian, I guess, He became a conservative Christian. Like, when I arrived at the UNC Wellington in 1993, I was a Democrat and an atheist. I had voted for Michael Dukakis in 1988 and Bill Clinton in 1992. I had also fully renounced religion in April of 1992 after several years as an agnostic. Fortunately, in March of 1996, a trip to a prison in Quito, Ecuador, caused me to renounce both atheism and agnosticism. That decision followed a conversation with a Catholic prisoner, who had been awaiting his trial for 2 years. He told me that if he ever got a trial and was convicted, his sentence would be about 2 months. That prisoner taught me something about thankfulness. He also taught me that sometimes there's a reason people find themselves in places they don't want to be. I would have thanked that prisoner in my acknowledgement, but I don't even know his name. Later in December of 1999, I visited a mentally retarded inmate on Texas death row. He had raped 2 women and murdered one. He also quoted John 3:16 to me during our visit. For some reason, the visit inspired me to buy a copy of the King James Bible with the intention of reading it from cover to cover. By the time I finished, I had joined the church and switched to the Republican Party. I should also mention that by this time I had tenure. I don't know what tenure. All of these things help to explain why I'm such an outspoken critic of the campus political and moral climate. In the fall of 2001, my outspoken conservatism finally got me a bit of trouble at UNCW after a student blamed the terror attacks of 9/11 on the United States. I had the audacity to label his speech as bigoted, unintelligent, and immature. Well, I would actually, in regards of the 9/11, false flag, right? Anyway. I had the audacity to label her speech as bigoted, unintelligent, and immature. As a result, she accused me of a libel when the university read some of my emails of her request searching for evidence of libel. A First Amendment and email privacy controversy erupted. In an effort to control the public relations disaster, the university lied to a national reporter when he asked whether they had read any of my emails. Anyway, I think he would be wrong in regards to the 9/11 thing, like 3 skyscrapers, 2 airplanes, and 3 skyscrapers exploding and all that. But yeah, it's hard to find people that you're totally in agreement with and all that. Besides that, seems like the book might be an interesting reading, And I don't know if he might have changed on that. I don't know. Maybe not. But anyway, that's 200 pages of things, how he looks at it from the inside. So apparently he wrote 3 books. Which, could be pretty interesting. Where he spent his summer selection against abortion and defending First Amendment rights on college campuses. Okay. Okay. In 2007, Adams was denied a promotion by the UNCW administration and sued university officials. I don't know, in regards to this suing thing, that's kind of a... Anyway, but he was removed from the campus yeah, so absolutely not everything that I would agree with, but still seems to be interesting stuff that he might actually have in regards to the books, the 3 books, like Letters to a Young Progressive, How to Avoid Wasting Your Time Protesting Things You Don't Understand, or The Feminists Say the Darndest Things, a political incorrect professor confronts woman on campus, right? So, yeah. Let's see here what we have here. Do we have like a PDF thing of that book, something. See here, the fall. Do we see if we have some, someone is giving. Okay, we have some 1 stars here. If you like rape jokes, I guess this is a book for you. The author's Twitter is a transphobic mess where he talks about peeing in the parking lot and identifying as a dog. Just a hateful person that desperately need to do better. Then we have the 5 stars. The feminist movement has officially gone insane. Makes me sad that the radical, man-hating, abortion-loving ones of today have made the movement a joke. This book is a great read. Masturbation seminars, orgasm awareness week, and so forward are a complete embarrassment to women. Oh, I don't even know what it's talking about. Like, this book was absolutely hilarious. I'm a slow reader, but this book only took me a few days to breeze through as I could not put it down. Mr. Adams' humor is what I enjoyed most about his writings. Yeah, I think I could read some of his books. I think, I think I could enjoy, although in regards to the 9/11 thing, I would absolutely disagree and all that. But, it's usually don't agree 100% with things, and I guess he's just saying what. Yeah, well, anyway. Anyone familiar with Dr. Adams knows that he is not one to shy away from a fight, especially when the fight is provoked by campus feminists. Anything I say by way of summary, example, and explanation would do a grave disservice to this brilliant collection of letters by Dr. Adams to those who put themselves squarely in his crosshairs by choice or ill-advised provocation. Wonderful book, literally laughed out loud, funny. Yeah, that might actually be an interesting book to read. It sounds like it might be some, so-called, like, in the category of MGTOW red pill thing in regards of, it seems to actually have, like, collected together in regards of, man-hating, usually, feminism, usually, like, they are murderous, women who hates men, and yet they want to be like men, and they want to play the whore, and if they get pregnant, they of course need to be able to murder that child, and so they can do their career nonsense, well, education and career thing and all that, and all that. So it seems like this, it seems like it might have some of those things, Oh, someone gave it 1 star. Yeah, well, excellent book, someone says. A most for all conservatives to read. How Mike Adams deals with the ultra-liberal ideology ideology of the other faculty on the staff of the university for which he works. Sounds like it could be a very, very interesting book reading, In what reminded me strongly of the Screwtape Letters, Dr. Mike Adams takes on the feminist. He works with and observes in a riotous reuse of their own words and rhetoric, drawing on his personal experience and run-ins with his college and female students at the UNC campus. Like, think about working a place where you have all these feminists, UNC campus, where he is a PhD in criminology. This book consists of letters after letter of things he has said or would like to say out loud, and each letter is followed up with what happened after the letter was sent or an explanation as to why it was not. Like, Dr. Adams sued Dr. So-and-so the following day, so this letter was lost in the mail. I don't know, Dr. Esam sued so and so. I don't think in regards to suing people, that's not the Christian way to do things, but Adams is spot on with his observations about feminist academia, and why, sympathize as I might, I just can't step into the feminist realm. Every academic, every feminist leader I see interviewed as a voice of women, and every law passed to protect women just reaffirmed to me I have no place among these women, not political, not ideology, and not even culturally. It seems more government, more lawsuit, more thought police, and generally more matriarchy is always the answer. It feels much worse than patriarchy ever wanted to be. It feels like there is less freedom to be had among the ranks, not more. No thank you. P.S. I laughed out so much and was actually shaking at times trying to hold in laughter while reading in bed next to my slumbering spouse. Adams is sharp wit and fast to strike on the humor in situation. It sounds like it could be a very fun book to read. Yeah, I wanna. Yeah, it just. Yeah, well, I guess. Someone writes, all I could say is, oh my goodness, or I guess, oh, yeah, oh my god, what the heck is being taught in our colleges? I better enroll so I could learn to masturbate. Mike Adams shares his first-hand experience. He's funny, eloquent, and clever in his battle to survive the male-hating environment of some/most of the public colleges that are run by feminists. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh my. Male hating. Yeah. Anyway, so he wrote 3 books apparently. Sounds like it could be interesting to, could be some interesting things that might be in his books. But yeah, I still don't understand why he would, take his own life. That seems outrageous, doesn't seem to be right, Doesn't seem like that he would do that. It just doesn't make any sense. I think he was murdered, that's at least with what data I have, It's just, I guess, yeah, that would be what I was, thinking. Some birds out there flying around. Are they going? Flying around, okay. I'll see here.
These speakers for Summit, I know that the students rate the speakers. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, my goal every year is to beat Mike Adams. Okay? And I never could.
No.
It turns out that the people he spent time with loved him.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why he was my goal. My goal was to beat Mike Adams. Okay? But I could never do it because, and all of those folks came out on his obituary page and wrote about, but here's the problem, right? The problem is that I think that people who would say something kind about Mike, the truth about who he really was, and you got to know in a personal way, were sometimes probably even afraid to post that kind of stuff on social media because the enemies of Michael become the enemies of you. And then all of a sudden, this is exactly what we're talking about. So that happy warrior, who for the most part has been a human shield for the rest of us who don't want to be the target, eventually that wore him out.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this, Jim, because you and I have come from different places.
But he still had people around him that would, have been, like these 2 guys, right? He knew these 2 guys, it seems, right? So, he didn't have, it wasn't like everybody, right? It's just, so, yeah, I guess, you can be worn out for sure, but, it's like, he's nearly at in some sense, the finish line of just taking a break from, relaxing a little, enjoying some whiskey or whatever, just taking, he has the ability to take a break if he's going to, stop at this university. So it just isn't, why in the world would he take his own life? You just take a break, right? Take a little glass of whiskey, enjoy his, and, he had a lot of resources, it seems, in regard. There was no issues in regards to that. As far as I could, like $500,000 getting in regards of, should at least, and in regards to the abortion debate and all that, and he could have continued with that, just taking a little break and then just continue with, yeah. It just doesn't seem,
In one session back in '08 and then 3 sessions in '09. And then Doc asked me to come and spend the whole summer out at Summit teaching. Since I don't have a real job as a professor, we only have a 9-month contract, so it's worked out beautifully. This is my 5th full summer out at Summit Ministries. Well, it's great. Obviously, it's Colorado.
he must have had many other things to do than just the ministry, or the school thing, like other places that he could go and do his, again, it doesn't really make any sense to me, like this guy must have had lots of other places than the university to, like, and this Summit Spotlight, whatever that sounds like, yeah. You can't tell me that a guy like that is kind of bored, It's just, he seems to have lots of things to do. So, yeah.
Colorado. It's a combination of just the beauty of the summer in Colorado and the wonderful community, obviously, and the opportunity to have students that actually read, that are homeschooled and they're used to reading, as opposed to my students at the secular university. That can be a problem sometimes, but also it's been an escape. Also, in a sense, I've been involved in a 7-year litigation against the university, and now, after having a successful jury trial, it's just nice to be here and to hang out and enjoy things. But the environment speaks for itself. It's wonderful.
So he apparently has some lectures at this Summit thing, Summit Ministries, which I guess is like a Christian thing. Stop for 5 minutes and listen to Mike Adams share his Summit story and how to answer those tough questions about abortion from a biblical worldview. Students get to learn from Mike Adams all summer doing lectures, open forums, and free time. So students get to learn from Mike Adams all summer doing lectures, open forums, and free time. This is like 9 years ago this was written. And someone writes, seriously, how can this good man be dead? I'm so heartbroken, even though I never met him or had any personal interaction, even online. Yeah, I think someone probably murdered him. Another, I can honestly say I'm heartbroken that Mike made that choice of ending his life, Did he, See, I have no idea what was going on in his mind. I know so many people committing suicide where vets fall on tough times and often choose the road that is not a road I would choose, but life is precious. We only have time to play this game. You will be missed. I don't get it, I just don't see him to, like, why would he, it doesn't make any sense, Doesn't have any, he doesn't seem to have any health issues. He seemed pretty, he has a straight mind, yeah, he's not fat, he's pretty slim, he still has lots of things to do, and he has other things. I would, you can't say that was the only thing. He doesn't have any problems with resources, anything like that, it doesn't make any sense that he would, kill himself. I don't believe it. I would need some evidence. Like, did he write a letter before he suicided himself? Like, wouldn't a guy like this maybe write a letter out in regards of explaining things why he did it? He has a family, it seems, as well, and yeah, well, if the things that is, the other thing, yeah, well, anyway, I've only seen this one data point in regards of, where it seems to be slander in regards of him. Although it could explain if he actually did, suicide, if, right? But it seems more like slander. And I haven't seen anything else to support it, just one singles, say something that seems to be
This
untrue.
is a hard video to watch.
The video will change your mind about abortion. Well, I'm already changed on that, so. I wonder when I actually turned around on that, because I also grew up with, it's a human right to be able to murder your child and all that, So I wonder when I began to change that, As far as I know, anyway. Okay, Professor Mike Adams' suicide will always haunt me. Yeah, well, says someone here. 1 year later. So a year ago, I learned that my friend killed himself. My friend was a tenured professor. Then we go with the tenured again, right? But why is no one actually saying, well, maybe, it, well, they say, well, it was they will say that he committed suicide, right? But like, why is that? Doesn't make any sense. So they seem to be like, oh, well, he committed suicide. Well, did he? I don't, that just seems like absolutely so outrageous, Wellington Professor Mike Adams died by suicide. Again, why would he commit suicide? Just doesn't make any sense. But it does make sense that if someone murdered him, that makes sense. Absolutely makes sense that someone could have murdered him. Doesn't make any sense to. Yeah, he was found dead in his home and all that. Only days before he was forced to retire because of his racist social media post. Died by suicide, authorities says. Yeah, well, do we believe those authorities? Really, if actually maybe the authorities might have been into, murdering him, This Roman Catholic system is all over, And it's like, it goes into every single part of society these days. I don't get it. They have made an agreement and all that in regards of things, so there's no reason why he should have committed suicide. Then, of course, the question is, what happens to those, those things that he actually had agreed that he was to be given? Is that given to him or his family now, or is it, It's like, authorities says UNCW Professor Mike Adams died by suicide. Yeah, they say so. Like, what proof do they have? Let's see the proof, right? It's like, well, they can say things, right? But do we really trust the governments and these authorities? Nope. Why would we trust any of these bullshitters, Oh. Yeah.
Which is that it is in fact wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being.
I guess this is the most important or most popular thing, I guess, maybe, in regards of the abortion debate, which I have, haven't listened to. It's like nearly 2 hours. Seems like it's kind of, let's see here. Is this the best from the guy? Yeah, you would have thought there would be more stuff in regards of him.
Well, let me explain very clearly.
But yeah, he's like on the inside in regards to the university and all that, right? So you can see all the feminine nonsense, you know. So yeah. I'm sure that there is probably some interesting letters from him in regards to things. Okay, let's see here. Mike Adams debates an abortion doctor who... Oh, it's okay.
All these women are going to die in back alley abortions if it's not legal. Well, they won't die if they don't perform something that's illegal.
That's a bullshit argument. Oh, they might this and that. Well, then they're doing something that is illegal, which of course should be illegal, you know, because it's murder, you know, first-degree murder.
More? Do we really want to sacrifice 60 million babies for that?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, that's like, yeah. We just need to make it illegal because some people are murderers.
That did mention the fact that there have been 11 abortion providers who have been killed in about the last half century, but there have been 16 million innocent human beings aborted.
16 million. Oh, actually, here we have some. This is from C-SPAN. He has like, welcome to the Ivory Tower of Babel. Where he talks about the book, Future of Liberalism. There's also, yeah, well, that's the talk of his, so I guess there's something on C-SPAN on him. See all appearances. Let's see how many. Okay, future, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like Professor Mike Adams talked with students about his perspective on, sadly there's not in regards to the feminism thing, you know.
That's something he didn't mention, and they matter. They absolutely matter because they're valuable, because of their basic human nature.
Yeah, the kill.
Yeah, I think if I actually read the book of his, I think I could be further grounded in good, you know. It's hard to, like, when you're like, okay, feminism, of course, is you know, it's hating men and trying to become men, and, you know, free sex, you know, to be whores, pretty much. And then, of course, if you get pregnant, you want to be able to kill the child. Also because, you know, you need to have your education and career fixed and all that. Yeah. It's just stupid. You know, feminism is absolutely satanic. Rebellious Satanism of the worst degree, you know.
Abortion doctors, wrong, sinful, wicked, wrong, denounced by everybody. But why? Why would we denounce that? The Christian answer is because it's a human being, and you do not have the authority to take anybody's life. That's the government's job, not yours. You can't go indiscriminately murder people because you don't like them or you don't like what they do. I can say that as a Christian. The secularists can't say that. It's merely a preference that you don't murder abortion doctors. It's not a preference when God says, thou shalt...
Oh yeah, it's just interesting, right? It's like, oh, someone murdered an abortion doctor, whatever, or someone actually... Well, actually, not murdered, actually killed. Because, you know, they are murderers, so, you know, if we're going to follow, like, what happens to murderers, right, you know. But yeah, you know, why would that be so evil when you have killed, like, millions and millions of innocent people, right? So why would, you know, like, oh, someone killed an abortion? Well, yeah, that's kind of what they do every single day, right?
Not murder.
Roe versus Wade was just simply absolutely wrong. And it was wrong in two ways. First of all, it said that there was no scientific consensus in 1973 on the issue of when life begins. The fact of the matter is that there was scientific consensus. Now, what's crazy about Roe versus Wade is it said that a woman's reproductive right to choose was inextricably bound to the question of when life begins. It then said, we don't know when life begins. So guess what? That means you don't know the parameters of a woman's right to choose. That decision was a scientific and logical disaster, and that is why it must be absolutely overturned.
You hope that it will be, but then it's going to become a states' rights issue.
As our
Yeah, well, I guess it got overturned, right? So now it's in regards to states things in it. Well,
I reach to the back of my hand and I pluck the back of my hand. There are hundreds, and if I keep doing it, thousands of live skin cells that are plunging to their deaths. There is no one in this room who thinks that I just committed mass murder, because we all understand the difference between a part of a human being and a distinct living and whole human being. So when Dr. Parker talks about the sperm and the egg being alive before conception, that's true, but they die off in the process of coming up with a new, distinct, living and whole human embryo. This debate is not about how parts of human beings die naturally. It's about intentionally killing complete human beings, distinct, living, and whole human beings.
Yep. Grateful. Mike Adams, doing an excellent job. I'm hearing Life is Best, our pro-life resource, all over this presentation.
Dr. Parker says you cannot murder a fetus, you can only murder a person. Complete human beings, distinct, living, and whole human beings.
Yep. Grateful. Mike Adams, doing an excellent job. I'm hearing Life is Best, our pro-life resource, all over this presentation.
Dr. Parker says
maybe he has, maybe Richard also have something in regards to it.
Beings.
Yep. Grateful. Mike Adams, doing an excellent job. I'm hearing Life is Best, our pro-life
Okay, Life is Best. It's best. Our pro-life. Okay, pro-life. I guess Richard. Richard. Seems to be sorry.
Source all over this.
Okay, seems to be a pro-life source there. Okay. Pro-life best arguments easily debunked. Now here we have Ratchet 6 years ago. Life is best. Okay, it's 9 years ago. Okay. This pro-life pastor sermon on abortion to serve a larger audience. Yeah, pro-life. The pro-life argument explained in 2 minutes. Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, it's like it's disgusting that that this is even needed to be debated. It shouldn't be there in the first place.
Presentation.
Dr. Parker says you cannot murder a fetus.
So they had like a presentation apparently in regards of Richard, in regards of against abortion.
You can only murder a person. That's a legalistic argument. But if you want to come up with an example in this country of something that was legal but immoral, think about the 1927 case of Buck versus Bell, in which the state of Virginia was forcing women to be sterilized simply because they were
Boom, 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 boom.
mentally deficient. And in affirming that law in the state of Virginia, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes said this: 3 generations of imbeciles are enough. I want you to think about that for just a second. And that came back to bite us as that phrase was used against us in the Nuremberg trials a few years later. There is a distinction between the legal and the moral.
Yeah, it came back to haunt because eugenics in Germany and eugenics in the United States is still eugenics.
Dr. Parker suggests that this is about preferences. He has stated that choice should be the default position. We should simply trust the woman, and choice should be the default position. In other words, he is saying abortion is just a preference. You have seen this idea expressed before when you see bumper stickers that say, "Don't like an abortion, don't have one." Imagine some fool driving down Market Street with a bumper sticker that said, "Don't like slavery, don't own one." Think about how obscene that would be, because it confuses a truth claim with a preference.
Mike Adams, I can't recall which lesson this was in Life is Best, but we deal with the arguments about a woman and her body and her right to choose. Mike Adams must have been studying that one pretty carefully.
Dr. Parker talks about personhood and asks the question as to when a woman loses her personhood. At what point does that happen?
Well, it's in regards of studying things, we all grow, right? And of course, in this evil, wicked world, there's no copyright, Should not be copyright. When we gather some truth and all that, we should just share the truth and no copyright. No filthy, stinking, devilish copyright. So anyway, yeah. I should really have some videos in my playlist in regards of, I never really got I know I have the one woman that I remember from the past. And then, yeah, I don't remember that many others that actually were voices out there. Let's see, welcome to the Ivory Tower Babel. Let's try to open that and see. I have way too many things opened, Let's see, this should be
Thank you very much.
from the guy. Welcome.
The book is called Book Notes on American Character, People, Politics, and Conflict in American History.
Okay. Well, that shouldn't...
Next, UNC Wilmington professor Mike Adams critiques campus liberalism in discussing his new book, Welcome to the Ivory Tower of Babel. This talk from Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut, is an hour, 10 minutes.
Ivory.
Welcome to this evening's event. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Professor Mike Adams. He teaches at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. Professor Adams received his doctorate degree in sociology and criminal justice from Mississippi State in 1993 and has been at UNC Wilmington since then. He publishes great articles on townhall.com, and if you haven't ever been to townhall.com, I recommend you visit that site if you want to check out very good and provocative articles on conservative thought. Professor Adams recently published the book that we'll be speaking about tonight, Welcome to the Ivory Tower of Babel, Confessions of a Conservative Conservative Professor. And as we all know, especially here, conservative professors are a rare and almost extinct breed. And so it gives me great pleasure to welcome Professor Adams to speak to us tonight.
Adam what? Adam...
Well, it is certainly a pleasure here to speak at Yale Law School, which is shocking in and of itself. Those of you who have been on townhall.com and read my biography recognize that I haven't always been a stellar student. As a matter of fact, I flunked English 4 years in a row when I was in high school. Graduated sixth from the bottom in my high school class with a 1.8 grade point average, and somehow years later, I'm lecturing at Yale Law School, so is this a great country or what? So I suppose actually a lot happened between 1983 and 1993 when I graduated from high school and when I finally got my doctorate. But I guess that transition would be something that would require probably a separate lecture, and it's not really the subject of what I intend to talk about tonight. What I really want to talk about is what happened after 1993 when I got a job.
So I would think, I would not agree with him in regards of his view of 9/11 and all that. I think it was an inside job, false flag, But anyway, 3 skyscrapers, 2 airplanes, like it shouldn't be that hard to count, So I would absolutely not be in agreement with him on that if he was. But yeah, he is on something called Town Hall. I found his Mike Adams biography thing. Not sure if there's anything. Where's his articles? Where is the article? Is that his articles or something else? I'm not sure. Browse by author. Browse by author. No, I just wanted the guy. Okay. It's like, I have his, columnist Mike Adams, right? Shouldn't that like kind of be like where it's only his articles? Or is this his articles that is right here? An open letter to Montana legislature, hecklers and hypocrites. Maybe this is his articles. It goes up until, 2023. Well, that can't be right. So that's, he should have been dead, right? That's 3 years ago. So, yeah, so kind of like you can find the biography of him. Yeah. I would just think that his articles would like be there, all of them. But here it was like 2016. Mob studies coming to the universe. Oh, give me a break with the nonsense. Apparently they don't want me to block their things. So, I'm out of here. Sorry, just bullshit,
All right, I have an analogy for you.
Advertising. I'm not going to like put advertising like you can't show a page with some text on it. Like, oh, it's so terrible, right?
So say you're driving and you're at a red light, or you miss a stop.
But yeah, it's just
Are you a Christian?
I am, yes.
How come you're a Christian?
I'm a Christian because I can't base my value system on something that is societal norms, because societal norms changes. And so, for example, if I have a hand difference, and if I was born in the 50s, I would have been automatically aborted, not allowed to full term. And so back even in the 90s when I was born, even that was a concern. And so I can't base my value of life and my value system or another person's value of life based off something that's a societal norm that could change in a decade or even change within 5 years. And so for me, Christianity offers that value system that's constant and consistent with the value of life, the value of diversity, and the value of free will and choice. And so for me personally, that's why I've chosen to be a Christian in addition to all the other great things that God offers with having a relationship with Him.
Yeah, and I guess she was somewhat handicapped, but that shouldn't decide if. Here we have a born again barbarian. He's the one that.
To present to you today something better than cussing.
Cussing.
A lot of people out there seem to think that using profanity makes them tough, makes them a strong man.
Well, one thing is, there's a lot of liars out there, right? And misleading away from the divinity of Jesus. That's absolutely
I see
bad.
the WTF thing.
So, let's see here what he has to say.
You'd be better off coming up with creative insults. I remember reading a book about Theodore Roosevelt, and they said that he mastered the art of creative insults with people, that he would come up with some very unique, colorful ways to explain things about people. A lot of the guys back in the 1800s were like that. I remember, I think it was Billy Sunday, I think it was, he called a guy an old lobster the one time from the pulpit. One called him a suck egg hound or something. I mean, some of these really insulting things that they would say. And that takes some creativity. And if you want to go even further than that, try to be kind to an enemy. And you can basically, from a manipulative way, in other words.
In a what?
They come along and they say, hey, I'm offended at what you're doing. You say, oh, I'm so sorry. What do you mean? Exactly what do you mean by that? I've done that with people. The King James Bible has lots of errors in it. Oh, it does? Really? Where? Well, it says this and that. I know that it says, I'm pretty sure somewhere in the Bible it says such and such. It does? Really? I never knew that. Even though I know where it's at and whatever what they're trying to say is a contradiction. And I'll just play stupid. Really? Wow, that's really
Well, that's kind of lying, isn't it?
something. Where's that verse at again? And then watch them struggle and they, I couldn't turn to the exact thing. Then how do you know it's a contradiction? And you can do that, answering the fool according to their folly, lest they be wise in their own conceit.
The sad thing about this guy is that he's attacking the divinity of Jesus on so many levels. I'm not sure if he's still. Well, he's it's interesting that he's actually still going on in regards of things. Let's see. No, maybe he's promoting the. Yeah, anyway, let's just close that down and see what we have here.
The strongest argument against abortion, as much as I would like to say it's going to be some pro-life rational argument, the personhood argument, or something like the constitutional basis, I think honestly the most persuasive argument against abortion is a clear description, clear treatment, clear presentation of what abortion is. Abortion on its own, without all the fluff, all the euphemisms, all the rationalizations and excuses and replacement words, strip all of those away and treat it for what it is morally abhorrent. And oftentimes I find the most effective conversations I have about abortion to try to persuade people to the pro-life cause, they're not coming from the angle of, say, this pro-lifer who has this list of arguments that I'm gonna roll out on them. Usually it's trying to help them to understand what it is they're defending. Peeling back the euphemisms is a major part because it kind of makes your job easier. Because deep down, every pro-choicer doesn't like abortion, doesn't want it to exist, doesn't think very highly of it, but they connect it to an idea of women's freedom, equality, something like that, and that's what they're actually fighting for. And so many times, if you can show it for what it is and how it doesn't actually benefit women overall, and how it harms women, and half of the aborted babies out there are female, so that's hardly a pro-woman outlook if it's actually killing females. Once you treat it for what it really is, abortion's repulsive.
Yeah, it is repulsive. It's disgusting, repulsive. I guess we just a lot of these words and all that. It's hard to find, when you don't know them. Being physical, distaste, disgusting. Yeah, disgusting. I don't know why they're repulsive. Well, disgusting. That's at least it's disgusting. I see here, life is best.
Real. I'm Scott Klusendorf. And my name is Adrian Ring. And this is the last time we ever want to hear this.
think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world. Disease from their parents that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born. That to me is the greatest sin that people can commit.
Would you please join us in making the first ever 13-week pro-life TV show that is a direct assault on the abortion industry?
As the host, this show will focus on 3 objectives: saving unborn humans, saving souls, and putting abortion clinics out of business.
As the direct...
I wonder if watch live, more information, watch Richard these. Okay, let's push this one. So it's not found apparently. They must have kind of a show in regards of it. It was called Life is Best in regards to this. See if it's certain topic. Seems like we can't find any, so I do wonder where those sources went. An airtight argument for life. The best thing you can possess. Death penalty for Christians. An airtight argument. Did they like have a show on it or something like that in the past?
Director of over 900 TV shows, it's my job to ensure that this program is produced excellently.
As the executive producer, I'll make sure that this program is gospel-centered and available in millions of homes.
Scott will teach us how to dismantle even the toughest pro-choice arguments by taking the pro-life position to college campuses, debates, and even abortion clinics.
This program will make a difference, and we're going for it. Please partner with us in producing a television series that the abortion industry will not like.
Will you please join us in giving whatever...
Why would he sit with the hands like this, He's like, seems to be like a Freemason thing and all that.
So that we can produce a TV show that saves
He's
unborn
clearly
humans,
sitting
that
like
saves
with the
souls, so that we
make
never
any sense.
again have to hear this.
Who in the world sits like that normally? It just doesn't make any... Anyway, but yeah, of course, killing children is disgusting. Yeah, well, anyway, we got around a little of it, but I still don't believe that he, killed himself. It would be nice if I could find some good stuff that,
Happen. Here he is actually trying to set up a situation involving...
Well, I guess the debate that he made might be the best thing, pretty much.
between the woman and between the unborn. He's done this in the past, saying that a fetus cannot be more important than the woman who is carrying it. That is absolutely correct. They have equal rights, and that includes the right to life. But you cannot pit the right to life against the right to liberty or against the pursuit of happiness. Why? Because there is no moral right to intentionally kill an innocent human being, even if it makes you freer, even if it makes you happier. Because if we did that, that would negate all rights for everyone, including the right to life itself.
And one closing comment from Mike.
We're just opposed to abortion, but we're not necessarily comprehensively pro-life. Let me just say what an arrogant thing that is to say. Just because we are opposed to the intentional killing of innocent human beings does not mean that we are responsible for curing all of society's ills. But here's what's important. We actually are doing things for women who are
right.
facing difficult situations. And the pro-life movement has more crisis pregnancy centers than there are abortion clinics in this country.
Mike Adams reminding us Christians are pro-life from beginning to end and in between. Once again, a shout out. Please, if you can, support preborn.org/wretched. They're fighting this good fight in the heart of the battle in New York City. Well done, Professor Adams. Until tomorrow, go serve your king.
The spotlight thing here. Mike Adams closing arguments in abortion debate.
I came here this evening and I argued that it is wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being. I supported that with philosophy, arguing that each and every single one of us is valuable not by virtue of the kinds of things that we do, but simply by virtue of the kinds of things we are. We don't have that basic human nature in degrees. You have it or you don't, and every single person in this room has it, and that's the reason why we're equal. And I also supported a minor premise which said it is wrong to, that abortion does in fact intentionally kill an innocent human being. I supported that with science. It led me to the conclusion that abortion is therefore wrong. I was very straightforward with you this evening. In contrast, it is my view that my opponent was extremely evasive. And to understand the implications of his evasiveness, I would ask you to just entertain a final thought experiment. I want you to imagine that a man is accused of going to Chicago and taking a gun and killing his brother. He's a suspect, and he is brought in to be questioned by the police. And he says he's never been to Chicago before. And suddenly the police produce receipts suggesting that he has in fact been in Chicago. And then he changes his defense, and he says he has never had a gun. Well, the police managed to produce receipts that indicate he's purchased several. So he shifts to a final defense saying, I don't have a brother. And then all of a sudden the police produce the birth records and show that he does. By the time he gets to his third incompatible explanation, you realize that he absolutely has no defense whatsoever. And that was glaringly obvious when Dr. Parker talked about the issue of what gives humans value. Sometimes he talks about legalism, sometimes he talks about sentience, sometimes he talks about general level of development. It seems that he cannot make up his mind. And so that leaves us, I think, with two very fundamental questions. Number one, what is your obligation? If you came here this evening and you were pro-choice and you realized you were making a mistake philosophically, or perhaps you don't understand the science, it is your obligation to change your mind. I once was pro-choice on the issue of abortion. I was wrong about the science. I changed my mind, and that was not a sign of intellectual weakness. That was a sign of intellectual maturity.
Yeah.
But there is a much larger question at stake in this debate, and it is this. Are we all equal? If Dr. Parker is right, and some human beings get to decide whether other human beings qualify for rights of personhood, you can kiss equality goodbye.
Oops. Barely went.
Is grounded. And you understand that my view is grounded in the Declaration of Independence, maturity. But there is,
Let's go to the back.
philosophically, or perhaps you don't understand the science. It is your obligation to change your mind. I once was pro-choice on the issue of abortion. I was wrong about the science. I changed my mind, and that was not a sign of intellectual weakness. That was a sign of intellectual maturity. But there is a much larger question at stake in this debate, and it is this. Are we all equal? If Dr. Parker is right, and some human beings get to decide whether other human beings qualify for rights of personhood, you can kiss equality goodbye. None of us have it. But if I'm right, and our value is grounded in our basic human nature, and no one can take it away from you, you can walk out of this auditorium and you can speak about equality, and it can have meaning because it is grounded. And you understand that my view is grounded in the Declaration of Independence. that reminds you that your right to life and your human value don't come from other humans. And that's why other humans cannot take them away. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that was his in talk. That was like that's a bird song.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we have a response from the guy who's attacking the Trinity. I do stand for the divinity of Jesus Christ. I just don't believe he's one of three beings calling himself God. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, he has the things here. The King James Bible does like try John chapter 14, 15, 16, and 17. Thank you. I do stand for the divinity of Jesus Christ. I just don't believe he's one of the three beings calling himself God. The King James Bible doesn't support Trinitarian philosophy. Try John chapter 14, 15, 16, and 17. But he's not going to yeah. So he does proclaim that Jesus is God, but it's like, oh yeah, there's this weird thing, it's like, oh well, anyway, that's true, that's okay. I do, yeah, I do like attacking the Trinity in regards of that couldn't be like two or more. Oh well, anyway, let's I have already spoken with him in regards to the Trinity in the past. I just don't know.
On the trial, and I just kind of talked about what we'd gone through in our epic battle, and I did that. And when it was over, I was walking out of the church, and the most incredible thing happened. Someone comes up and grabs me by the bicep, and I turned around and I look, and there is an elderly black man who grabs me by the arm, and he just looks down at me. He's about 6'4", and he looks down at me and he says, "I just want to thank you for that thing that you've done for our people." And it really caught me off guard, because I said, my goodness, this is a man who lived through segregation, and one of the few people in this country who realizes that we are all involved, black and white, in an epic civil rights struggle in the United States of America. That's what he meant. And I responded to him by just looking, and what I always do when people try and compliment me on what I've done, it just was so easy to do. It was so right to do. I feel awkward when they do that. So I said, well, you don't understand. The Lord's been raising me up to do this thing since 1993. When he brought me in as an atheist, and he knew what my fate would be. He knew that I would convert. And that elderly black man looked at me, and he stuck his finger in my face, and he says, no. He said, the Lord been raising you up to do this thing since you was a little boy. And he turned and he walked off. Wow. And it put things into perspective, because as I look around this evening, I see a lot of young people. And your battles are going to be epic. Your struggles are going to be great. But let me tell you something. You're here for a reason. You're not here by chance. You're here because the Lord's been raising you up to do something great since you were little boys and little girls. And this is not chance. This is providence. This is providence.
People still want to say that he was like suicided himself, and again, I don't. Why in the world would he suicide himself? You know, it doesn't make any sense. You know. So, anyway.
That's what Mike would say to that. Now, memorial services are normally.
I really don't understand. You know, why is it that these people are not speaking in regards of, hey, maybe someone murdered him? You know, because this doesn't make any sense that he would.
I strive to be as knowledgeable and as confident as he always was, but also to pair that with the love and the patience that he always displayed.
Uncle Mike stood for justice and truth. He was the greatest defender of life and liberty. He loved to laugh. He wholeheartedly pursued God. He was open-handed with his knowledge as he shared as much as possible.
Like, does that look like a depressed person, you know?
He taught me the importance of
He
standing
had
up and speaking up.
contact with people and students and, you know.
He taught me that no matter what hardships come, that it is wrong to give up on what is right. And I learned that I have a voice and that I should use it for
sin.
Yeah, well.
May have ended his life here on earth. But his life is just now getting started with Jesus in heaven, where there is no...
The heaven thing, you know. So this is the Summit Ministries, again, that seems to have information about him. Well, anyway, I guess it is what it is, just... Yeah. I guess the most popular thing seems to be the debate, the abortion debate, Dr. William Parker versus Dr. Mike Adams.
Let me just say something philosophically about that.
That seems to be the most popular
The state.
that there is.
And so with regard to people who can become pregnant being able to act conscientiously with regard to their decision about when and whether or not to become a mother, the question is not whether or not we should hold people to standards religiously that match our identity that we declare collectively. It is, what does it mean to hold conscience sacred, and who has conscience and who has the right to exercise their conscience? And how do we preserve the space for people to exercise their conscience when we disagree? Thank you.
Oh.
We would like to take this brief opportunity to give both of you a chance to take a water break and to recuperate before we start our cross-examination. I'd also like to mention that we have a hashtag that we would love for you guys to use as you're talking about this event tonight on different platforms of social media, and that is going to be #TheAbortionDebate. We would love for you guys to share your thoughts, your opinions. You'll also have time to do that for the Q&A, but until then, that is the hashtag, and we will start back with our cross-examination in just a moment. All right, we are going to begin our cross-examination. Sorry, this was not a break. This was a water break for our speakers to have a chance to drink something. I'm sorry about that. We are going to go ahead and start with our cross-examination so that we can stay on time tonight. We have a lot to get through. We want to make sure that you guys have a chance to hear the speakers in all of the different areas that we have tonight. So now that they have refreshed themselves, we're going to start with our cross-examination. And that is going to happen by Dr. Adams asking questions for 7 minutes, and then we will turn it over.
Had my first abortion at the Seattle Planned Parenthood. Yay! Notice I said first. And I don't want Seattle, I don't want you guys to feel insecure. It was my best one.
How does that, you know, is it flipping from one, okay, let's see here.
Questions for 7 minutes, and then we will turn it over to Dr.
I'm
Parker
not
to do the
sure
same.
why it...
So Dr. Adams, you have the floor for your 7 minutes of questions.
Yeah, first of all, I would ask the audience to direct your attention to the screen. Andrew, play the second clip.
Well, Seattle has some particular significance for me for lots of reasons. I've got a lot of family here, some of whom are here in the audience tonight. I also had my first abortion at the Seattle Planned Parenthood. Yay!
How can anyone, how can anyone like, yay, like celebrate murder, It's like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Notice I said first. I said first, and I don't want Seattle, I don't want you guys to feel insecure. It was my best one.
They just sit and make fun of it. Oh my.
Heads and tails above the rest. If I could Yelp review it.
Well, the individual you saw laughing and clapping about the intentional killing of innocent human beings was Dr. Willie Parker. And the first question is pretty natural. Dr. Parker, is intentionally killing innocent human beings really funny?
Do I get the answer?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Yeah. I think you just asked me a non-question. You should have asked me what I was clapping and laughing at. And what I was clapping and laughing at was Martha Plimpton, who's a comedian. And I was clapping and laughing at her boldness to use her chosen craft to reject stigma and shame around women who have abortion. Her personal decision to disclose that she'd had an abortion and to turn it into a joke was a form for her of pushing back on the notions that women who have abortions, and if the statistics are appropriate, in this room, there are 1 in 4 women in this room have had abortions. There are women here who've had abortions, whether they clap about it or not, or whether they speak about it or not. But most of the women who've had abortions often live in a cloud of stigma and shame. And I was clapping at a woman who had made a decision.
Yeah, what do you expect if you murder your own child,
In her life that was personal, that was her right to do so, felt empowered enough to push back and to empower other women perhaps to reject stigma and shame. And so, yes, it was funny that this woman...
in regards to the 7 minutes here and there, that's a kind of a weird, right? If like, okay, so the one guy has 7 minutes to ask the other guy and then to answer and all that, and then the other guy has 7 minutes to...
Under the direct scrutiny, knowing that she's a public figure, that this would be out there, that she found power to claim her own life experience.
Okay, next question.
Don't use his title. Please hold. You can clap the end.
You complained that I only went to one source of information for scientifically describing abortions. Let's go to another. Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy, who consistently rules in favor of upholding the major provisions of Roe versus Wade, described D&E abortions this way. The fetus in many cases dies just as a human adult or child would. It bleeds to death as it is torn limb from limb. The fetus can be alive at the beginning of the dismemberment process and can survive for a time while its limbs are being torn off. My question is, do you feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the human beings that you subject to this procedure?
First of all, Justice Kennedy is not a physician, and what he described as an abortion procedure was not an accurate description. There is dismemberment involved, but I am no more or less sympathetic to the process that I'm doing than I am to the woman that I'm doing it for. When I do an abortion, I am clear what she has asked me to do for her. I am clear that she's asked me to remove a fetus from her. I am clear that in your terms, it is intentional killing of a fetus, but because it is not a person, that is why if you were to call the police on a day that I'm doing abortions, they won't come because abortion is not murder. So I have sympathy for the person that I need to have sympathy for, and empathy and compassion, and that is the woman for whom I'm doing the procedure. If I had moral misgivings about what I was doing, it would be difficult for me to do it.
I understand. Okay, well then, if that, okay, my first one wasn't accurate, my second one's not accurate. Let's keep trying. Let's go to abortion Dr. Warren Hearn, who has written the book Abortion Practice. Let's see what he has to say. On page 142 of his book, he describes doing a D&E abortion in which he says, as the skull is grasped, a sensation that it is collapsing is almost always accompanied by the expulsion of white brain matter from the skull. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
That is accurate. Okay. And you perform D&E procedures?
I do.
Okay. So when you crush a human skull, it's not really gray matter, it's white brain matter that oozes out?
What's your point?
No, I'm asking you a question. Is the brain matter that oozes out when you crush a human skull white?
What does it matter?
What does it matter?
Yes, what does it matter? I get you're going for theatrics, and you made your point.
I am going for medical accuracy because you said I wasn't.
Okay.
So I went to an abortion manual. That's what I did.
So
I responded to your criticism.
You described what I do. So what is your point?
My point is that it intentionally kills an innocent human being. Would you concede the point?
I started my first concession was to your first two syllogisms, that abortion kills a human being. It is the intentional disruption of a pregnancy that kills a human being. I made the distinction and that's why I asked you to be more precise in your definition of why you say abortion kills a human being, but you've never said abortion kills a person.
Okay, well, you can ask me about that when you ask questions. Just one final question. How many innocent human beings have you intentionally killed in your life's work?
I don't know. I don't measure
lost
my work.
count.
I don't.
You've lost count.
If it's a million,
10,000?
20,000.
20,000?
What's the difference?
What's the difference
Yes, what's the
between
difference?
20,000 and 30,000?
Yeah.
10,000 dead human beings.
Okay,
That's the difference.
Okay. So that's more culpable than killing one person. If I was killing people, if I was committing murder, I wouldn't have gotten to do 10,000. Someone would have called the police and they would have.
Our time is up.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Addis, and thank you, Dr. Parker, for responding. We are now going to turn the 7 minutes over to you to ask questions to Dr. Adams, and your time begins now.
Yeah. Dr. Adams, as I cited, it's unclear to me when you say I didn't hear you say you used person. You used human being, and if you use person, you're using person and human being interchangeably. All of the laws, all the rights and privileges that we have in this country are based on personhood, and personhood is established at birth. That's not simply a legal definition. The morality behind the legality is related to the law behind the law, or the code upon which it is based. That is why when we've had legal situations like slavery, when people dug deeper and the moral assessment of the law failed the test, slavery was overturned. In the same regard, the moral test around whether abortion should be legal was determined by the same way. And it was based on personhood and the compelling interest that the state has in protecting the personhood of a woman, and that falls short when it comes to the pregnancy that she's carrying. So help me to understand, by your definition, why you use human being and person interchangeably when the law does not, and many religious traditions, and even Christianity was absent on that other than Catholicism, but all of a sudden now personhood begins at conception.
Okay. I do reject the distinction between human being and person. And here's one reason I do it. The Dred Scott versus Sanford case was one of many tragic, wrongly decided Supreme Court cases in American history. And what that case did was to distinguish between a human being in a biological sense and a person in a philosophical sense. What it said is that some human beings don't measure up. And it conferred upon some human beings a right to define other human beings out of personhood. And it is that logic that caused slavery to be perpetuated and inequality to be perpetuated, and that's why I reject that distinction.
Why did the Dred Scott case not hold with regard to the Roe v. Wade case? If that logic, if that was to extend into the uterus, why was Dred Scott not relevant during the Roe v. the Wade decision?
Oh, that's actually very simple because they denied altogether that we knew about the humanity of the unborn. That's why, if you read the decision.
Well, I did, and I have. And
Well, they say that. They said something in Roe that they didn't say in Dredd, which is that we are agnostic on the question of whether we have a human being. Dredd didn't say that.
They said you're agnostic about whether it is a person. But I don't want to argue with you but the question, again, based on that, with the personhood of a woman, when does she lose that?
She doesn't.
Okay. So what does it mean to be a person?
Well, again, once you're a human, I did this in my opening presentation. I was very clear about this.
What
I
is
said
a person?
once you are biologically a human, you have full rights of personhood. Okay, so I have equated the two. Everyone's in from the point of conception.
And what is your standard for that? What is your source? What is that? Is
The
that a
science of
religious
embryology
understanding?
establishes that we are distinct, living, and whole human beings from the point of
I've
conception,
never
and we have
seen
full rights.
embryology text. There's nowhere in Moore, where it says embryology texts do not talk about persons.
That's not what I said.
You said you established personhood based on the on the
I
science.
said once you're a human, you have the full rights of personhood. I refuse to make a legal distinction.
Well,
clear?
What's clear is that everybody's entitled to their own opinion and nobody's entitled to their own facts or
That's
their
why I
definition.
go to the science of embryology.
Okay.
That's why I went.
You are parsing the science of embryology, and nowhere in the science of embryology in the text does it talk about the whole spectrum of embryologic development does not talk about personhood because personhood is not a scientific definition.
Right.
Right? So how can you use scientific data to establish a definition that's not rooted in science?
I'm not doing that. I'm using
But you said that was
embryology
your-
to establish that the unborn is human.
I've
and
never
then I'm saying that every human has full rights.
Did I not
don't
say
make a
that
legal distinction.
that every fetus, every conceptus is a human because women don't give birth to puppies, right?
Yeah.
But stages of development matter. Therein lies the question about, you talk about moral weight and the appropriateness of decisions and what happens. And the question is whether or not the moral weight of a fetus or a pregnancy is the same as a woman. You say it is. So if there's a fetus that is an anencephalic, non-viable, should a woman have the right to end that pregnancy?
I believe that a woman should have a right to end a pregnancy when it threatens her life. Because the fetus and the woman both have a right to life. And let me give you a good example of that. A good example is an ectopic pregnancy. When an ectopic pregnancy, that's a situation where the fetus obviously begins to form in the fallopian tube. It's outside of the uterus. And if that pregnancy continues, it will burst that fallopian tube.
I know this
And
very
not
well.
only will the fetus die, but the woman will die as well.
Thank you.
So in a situation like that, we would remove it. But you notice that is not intentionally killing an innocent human being in that situation because the death is not intentional, it is foreseeable. And you have to understand in that situation, it's not the malice of the abortion doctor that produces the death of the fetus. It is an underlying physical pathology, which is the but-for causation.
And one final question for you. Who should decide when women have reasons that are legitimate for them to end their pregnancies?
Well, I believe that Doe versus Bolton was wrongly decided. And I believe in situations like that, health should have been something narrower to include a life exception.
And so that health is established by a trained healthcare provider, a woman and her healthcare provider, right?
Sure.
So then that would mean spaces where people try to decide whether or not a woman has a legitimate reason would be overstepping bounds, right?
They would be able to make a doctor certainly would be able to make a decision that there's an ectopic pregnancy that threatens the life of the woman, and the woman would have a natural right to end the pregnancy.
So an ectopic pregnancy is the only reason a woman should be able to end the pregnancy?
There could be other examples where the life is threatened.
Okay, that was a great final question. Thank you both so much for that. We are now going to move into a time of Q&A. Yes, please feel free to clap for both of them. Thank you. We appreciate your support. So what we're going to do for our time of Q&A is we're going to have you line up at these two microphones. If you want to ask a question to Dr. Parker, we're asking that you do this one to his side. And if you want to ask a question to Dr. Adams, to do it on his side, please, and I want to be very clear here, please ask a question. It must be very concise, very clear, and it must actually be a question. We do not want to have to cut off the mic, but we want to make sure that everyone has a chance to answer questions. You may begin, yes.
Dr. Parker, two-part question. What's the average age of a woman that gets an abortion in your clinic?
Okay. The average age of a woman who has an abortion
In your clinic?
in my clinic is the same as everywhere, so it's about 20.
Okay. Are most of these women somewhat fragile or weakened because of the decision they're making? And what does Jesus say about what you're doing with the weak?
When you say weak, you mean like are they in distress or are they psychologically damaged by the process?
I would assume where you're inherently distressed.
Okay. Well, an essential part of abortion care is to make sure that people who are making that decision are not under duress, and counselors are trained as well as I, with the ultimate say-so if I'm doing the procedure, assure that that person is not making that decision under duress, that they have the clarity, and that they are not being induced in any way. With regard to the reason I ask for precision is there's the assertion with junk science that there are psychological consequences to abortion, like post-abortion syndrome, where women have higher rates of suicide and depression, and that is not, the way that the scientific evidence shows that is false.
Okay, going back to my question.
And then you said
what would Jesus say about you aiding and abetting murder?
Jesus would, well, strangely and interesting to me, for all of the assertions that people make around what Jesus would say about abortion, Jesus said nothing about abortion. And so there are people who infer what they think Jesus would say about abortion. And as I told in my Good Samaritan stories about Jesus never said, Jesus said how you treat people in distress is more of a function of your relationship to God than your public declarations of your relationship to God.
All right, we're going to turn it over for your question.
Hey, Dr. Adams,
Hey.
thank you for being here.
Thank
Just
you.
two quick questions, and just for a little bit of clarification. In your opening statement, was your stance that the woman and the fetus are equal beings, persons, they're equal, and that's why you're against the stance of abortion?
Would they have equal rights to life? Yes.
And just to clarify, you said that you are in support of an abortion if it's a threat to the mother's life.
Yes.
So if the child is a threat to the mother's life because it has a disability that will cause them to not have a successful lifespan, are you saying that that child is not as equal as the fetus? Are you saying that the mother's value then has more value than the child that would not have a successful lifespan?
I do not use handicaps to justify abortion. That's eugenics.
All right, we ask that you not do that so she can continue her question. Thank you.
Do what?
So you may have to cut me off because I'm not a doctor nor a debater. So what I want to ask is this is a little more personal. So I stand here as a 54-year-old man who was born in Sacramento, California, to a mother who chose to give birth to me instead of aborting me. So I was adopted at 1 year old. And when I hear these debates, I kind of listen to people who cut the weeds, and I think you can debate them forever. So the question I have for both of you when I look at this is, when I think about me and the uniqueness of who I am, I only come around once in whenever, ever. My opportunity was one time. And I think sometimes it's easy to get caught up in
Excuse me,
debate.
sir, I'm going to need you to
My question is
take
this.
it right to the
I'm just
question.
people talk longer than this. Give me a second.
I know, I'm sorry.
My
I just
question
need
will
you to
be
do
quick
that.
once I get to it.
Well, I know. I
think
need you to get to it
sometimes
now.
in the debate.
I need you to get to it now, please.
Okay. My question is, how do you deal with the uniqueness of a human life that we don't even know if it exists any further than on this earth? Within the whole universe, our lives are incredibly unique. So as a doctor who removes that life and participates in it, how do you speak to a person like me who would not be here were abortion a lot more obvious back when I was.
Well, I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad that you have achieved the aspirations that you feel comfortable, you feel great about the life that you have. I'm glad that you are a reflection of the fact that your mother had a pregnancy that, whether she was ambivalent about it, however she became pregnant, she decided to give birth because that was the decision that she could live with. And she was also clear that she wasn't able to parent, and so she had enough love for you to put you in a position to be where you are. But equally, that what should have been supported is the fact that if you were not here talking to me, I would know nothing about you or your mother's story, and her right to have made that decision would mean that somebody valued her decision to actualize the potential of the life that she had. And there's no backseat driving or second guessing the decision that your mother made. There are people who would say, how could she give away a baby that she gave birth to? There are people who would say, how could you not give birth when you know what life is? So I want 54 years from now, 54 years in later, question the decision your mother made. Your being here is what you decided to do after you were born, but her decision about whether or not to allow you here was her decision.
He asked the question of both of us. So, Dennis, you've gone somewhere. Where are you now? Have you sat back down? There he is. I'll answer it quite differently. Dr. Parker has just restated his previous position that abortion is a preference and that there is no moral difference if you are alive or dead. I disagree with that. I believe your mother made the right choice, and I'm glad you're here for that reason, because it was a moral good that she did.
Okay, all right, we're going to keep going with the questions. I know clapping is easy, comes naturally. We're going to take it right here.
I have a question for Dr. Adams.
Sure.
So you said that life begins with conception. And I accept that. I think life does begin with conception. But I'd like to make a distinction between life begins and when life happens. And when you talked about that an acorn is not a tree, and I would say that at conception, an embryo.
Quoting him.
I'm saying an embryo is not a person. So with acorns, we rake up acorns, we put them in the trash, and there are no trees. But some acorns embed in the soil, they grow roots, they get nourished, they come through the soil, and then they become a tree. Then life happens. And I would say that with people, the same thing.
We need this to be a question.
I have a question.
All right, well, I need it to be a
I'm
question.
just making a comment first. So
I know you are, but I'm asking you just to do a question.
So my
please.
question is, if a 12-year-old girl is raped, and then are we required to force that 12-year-old girl to give up an adolescence, to deliver a child, and for the rest of her life to know that child is the result of a rapist? And are we required to a woman who knows that she is going to produce a seriously deformed child, that for the rest of her life, she's going to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to care for that child who is not going to have a full and successful life? And finally, I'm always amazed at how we're so concerned about birthing children, but we're not concerned about caring them, about health care, about
Okay,
food.
all right, we are going to stop
Thank you.
that, and we're going to take that question. So, Mike, would you like to respond to his
Well,
question?
there were a series of questions. You went back to eugenics again, and you asked whether I thought a handicap justified abortion. Well, you're shaking your head, but you did it. I heard you do it. And I do not support eugenics. I believe that the handicap life is worth living, no matter how much it costs.
All right, I'm going to ask you to please stop clapping, you guys. I know, but we want to make sure we have a lot of people who can answer their questions or ask their questions, which means no clapping until the end of this. Please.
And when I became pro-life on the issue of abortion, I believed in a rape exception. And then something quite interesting happened. A friend, an adult friend, who knew that she was adopted, she knew it, and she began to investigate the circumstances of her adoption. She found out that she was conceived and raped. And my girlfriend at the time told me about that, and she said to me, she says, that is the reason why I don't support a rape exception to a ban on abortion. And I said, well, I do. And she said, are you saying that my friend Laura should be executed for a crime that she did not commit, an innocent human being?
when the law will not allow the rapist to be executed, are you saying that my friend Laura should be executed? I said, well, not now. And she said, well, what's the difference between the innocent human being she is now and the innocent human being that she was in the womb that would have justified killing her for a crime she didn't commit at that earlier stage of development? I said, I can't think of one. And so I changed my mind. That's not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of honesty.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. All right, we're going to move over
There
to
was
this
one more
mic.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
And
please
the
respond to
third
second
question
part.
was an accusation that we are not consistent somehow in the pro-life movement. You know, we're just opposed to abortion, but we're not necessarily comprehensively pro-life. Let me just say what an arrogant thing that is to say. If you had a friend who was collecting money for the American Cancer Society, and you walked up and attacked that person and said, you're not comprehensively anti-disease, you're not comprehensively pro-life, because you do not also collect money for AIDS research. That's just not a fair criticism. Think about that for just a moment. Just because we are opposed to the intentional killing of innocent human beings does not mean that we are responsible for curing all of society's ills. But here's what's important. We actually are doing things for women who are facing difficult situations. For example, Lifeline Pregnancy Center here in Wilmington, North Carolina provides resources for poor women, and the pro-life movement has more crisis pregnancy centers than there are abortion clinics in this country. So stop saying you're inconsistent, because the question in this debate is not about the kind of human being I am, but the kind of entity that the unborn is. If I become inconsistent in some way because I disagree with some of your politics, that does not mean the unborn is somehow non-human and lacking in basic rights. That's the fallacy in your argument.
Thank you. We're going to take it right here.
Hey, so we disagree on just this issue, but you seem like a nice guy, so I'm not going to attack your character. I'm just going to ask a pretty simple question. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, based on just your beliefs, when do you think personhood, by your definition, begins?
I think personhood, a function of personhood is sentience, being able to have a interest, and that is it is not an instantaneous event. If it were instantaneous, and if it were merely a function of being sentient and having skill to reason and that kind of thing, babies aren't people. That's not my argument. But in terms of when we collectively decide that we have a compelling interest to protect the life of a person, that point unambiguously happens at birth. And that's why I was posing the question to Dr. Adams around when a woman who's been born, who has interest, who can make decisions, makes the decision not to continue a pregnancy, and that interest about whether or not to become a pregnancy is the fetus that she's carrying have a compelling interest to compete with hers. When she decides that it doesn't, my issue and my challenge and my effort to support a legal standard that allows her to make that decision means that she is a person, and the pregnancy that she's carrying doesn't have any standing before the law to carry out what I think is the protection of her sacred status of being a person. And so I know that might be one of the things that we honestly disagree about, but it is a woman, the most objective standard of when personhood begins is at birth. Even when you don't have sentience in a way that would make you smarter than a Jack Russell puppy. And I'm not being graphic, but I'm saying it's not merely can you reason, can you talk. It is, and personhood begins at birth. And that's why there's no such thing as abortion on demand, and as it was represented by Dr. Adams, you can't terminate a pregnancy after 25 completed weeks if there's no other reason.
If I may, so then if it begins at birth, what is the difference between a fetus one day before the birth and a born child after the day of birth?
If you notice that I said personhood begins at birth, and birth occurs at any gestational age, and whether or not that fetus can survive outside the womb is a function of what we call viability. So one of the reasons somebody can't walk in at 26 weeks and say, I'm pregnant and I just don't want to be, and have somebody do an abortion, is because at 25 completed weeks, a fetus, when it becomes a baby at birth, can't survive outside the womb. And the decision was that at that point, a woman cannot make the decision to end a pregnancy because the state now has a compelling interest. And Dr. Adams made a big deal about my definitions being legalistic. We do have to have legal definitions when we live in a pluralistic society where people are entitled to think freely for themselves and to make decisions about their lives based on their culture, their religion, and the things that they value.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. We're going to take it right here.
Hello. So, with your stance, and there's quite a few points that I agree with you on, but as Dr. Parker here brought out, that living in a pluralistic society as we do, as we may try to limit the circumstances a woman can have abortion under, that doesn't necessarily stop them from having the abortion. So the question is, what evil is lesser, and which one are you willing to have at the trade of the other?
Oh, well, that's actually easy because there is no pluralism problem from my perspective here, because if you were listening carefully to my argument, I supported my minor premise not with the Bible. I supported it with the science of embryology, and I supported the major premise with philosophy. Okay, and so, that's not a problem. And I'm sorry, the other part of your question?
I was asking if, because people are going to decide if they're really
because they're going to happen anyway.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
yeah. The idea that just because something will happen anyway, that there's no use in having a law, is fallacious reasoning. We have murders, we have crimes, laws against murder and laws against rape, and they still happen. So we don't say because the crimes still happen, therefore make it legal. Okay. What we have learned very clearly from the experiment of Roe versus Wade, we don't know exactly how many more abortions are a result of Roe versus Wade. We know it's in the hundreds of thousands. And so you want to talk about trade-offs. I say it's a very bad trade-off to intentionally kill hundreds of thousands of innocent human beings just to save hundreds who would have died in back alley abortions. Okay, so I do a very rational analysis there, and I don't rely upon religion to make that to come to that conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. We'll take it right here.
This kind of stems from the other question. You had said that you don't believe that I don't know how to say the word, but infanticide. You don't agree with that. But in New York, children are being born after a failed abortion and are being left on the table to die. So you said that you have two quotes that I wrote down, and to me they are contradictory. So you said abortion is not murder. Did you say that?
I did.
Okay. And then you said abortion kills a human being. Did you say that?
I did.
Okay, so my brain is having a hard time understanding that. If abortion is not murder, is your statement, and abortion kills a human being is your statement, that doesn't agree to me.
Let me turn it around and see if this will give you some clarity. Is the death penalty killing?
Yes.
When the state does the death penalty, are they murdering inmates?
Yes.
Okay, so you're anti-death penalty.
Well, yes, I am. In the case that if the person that is being killed cannot be kept safe, keeping the public safe, then all right, let me think about it. I am not a debater, as you can tell, but I am against the death penalty when a person, can be kept, keep others safe. So I don't want a person that's killing other people to be allowed to be in prison and killing other people.
And in all fairness to you, with all due respect, I wasn't trying to trap you. What I was trying to make the distinction about is abortion is killing, but all killing is not murder, right? And hence, I wasn't being flippant when I said the reason if you call the police while I'm doing an abortion and they won't come is because the definition of murder is a legal one, and it's the intentional killing of a person. And you can call the police anywhere in this country and they will not come and arrest somebody who's doing an abortion, even though you don't like it and you think it is, and I say it's intentional killing. It doesn't rise to the standard of murder. And what people are trying to do is change the laws, and that's certainly your prerogative. But is it murder what happened to the woman in Ireland who was 19 weeks pregnant and her water was broken and the pregnancy was non-viable, and they refused to do her abortion because there was a heartbeat, and she became septic and died. They intentionally did not treat her, and she died. Was that murder?
I'm sorry, but I didn't really understand what you're saying because I'm focusing on my question of the infanticide.
So infanticide is the killing of infants.
Right.
An infant is a baby. And what the distinction I was making, morally, there's a different moral implication and a different legal implication from doing an abortion and killing a baby.
But in New York,
All right,
there
we're
are
gonna
babies being.
we're gonna end this banter.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
All right, last question. The Samaritan woman, the Good Samaritan. That's the story. The Good Samaritan, they didn't get paid to that person. The person that was the Good Samaritan did get paid to help the person. Whereas in abortion, it's a profitable industry. So, I don't see the comparison between the Good Samaritan and abortionists, because abortionists make
Okay, we're going to stop that question. I think we got pretty clear what you would like to respond to. Would you like to respond?
Well, I think, with all due respect, I think you're getting lost in the analogy, and the analogy was about people acting on behalf of others when they have, as I said, 11 people have been killed. There are people who will harass me. There are probably some people
Now,
in here
here's some facts.
tonight who probably feel strong enough about abortion who thinks that because I provide abortions that I forfeited my right to live. But the point is that despite that, I am clear that women need this care and I provide it. And so the question wasn't about whether or not you get compensated for what you do. The question was about what do you do to respond to people in need. And so I was drawing that parallel.
Do you follow through with the women?
Okay, all right. We are going to stop that conversation and we are going to move it right over here.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Is your mic on?
I don't think so.
Oh, is the mic over here on the right on?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said that you think that abortion is okay on the basis that it is a threat to the woman's life, correct?
You're right.
So my question is, when do we make it okay for a woman to say that I know my emotional capabilities and I know that I may have postpartum depression, as you may know, a lot of women commit suicide due to postpartum depression. So when do we give women the right to say that my emotions are my right to choose that I should put myself before a baby who, what if I were to kill myself after having a baby? So when do we give the right to a woman to choose her own emotions, to have right over her own body and know her limits?
So what you're saying is you support abortion as a means of suicide prevention?
Yes, because that's a woman's life. You're saying that it's okay if it's a threat to a woman's life, and that is a threat to a woman's life. Her emotional well-being can cause a woman to commit suicide, and a woman knows her capabilities of her emotions. So when do we give her that right to say, I know my capabilities, I know that I cannot handle having a baby?
Well, she's producing the threat to her own life, okay? And, she's benefiting from that. Logically, that doesn't make much sense to me. It kind of reminds me of the example of someone killing both of his parents and then asking the court to show him mercy because he's an orphan.
Well, you're basically saying that this woman, women
All right.
always...
I'm sorry. We're going to cut that one there.
It's invited error.
No, we appreciate that. We are going to move right here to the left.
Hi, Dr. Parker. Thank you so much for coming tonight. I have it written in my notes that you will not do an abortion based on the discrimination of sex and race. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I have a sister with Down syndrome, and I have two quick questions. One being, will you do an abortion based on the knowledge of a disability? And secondly, why will you not do an abortion based on the discrimination of sex and race? Because according to your own terms, it's just an it. It's not a person of value. So why does it matter at that point?
All right, no. All right, we're going to let Dr. Parker respond to that.
Well, you said it's just an it. I never said it was an it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to misrepresent you. You said it wasn't a person, therefore it
it's
lacks
not a
value.
person, correct.
So
I
don't
didn't
want to
say it wasn't
misrepresent
a
you.
human being. I didn't say it wasn't an it. I didn't say it didn't matter. I didn't say it didn't have moral weight. And what I did say, a process that's going on in a woman's body falls under the jurisdiction of that woman and shy of viability when a pregnancy can thrive outside the womb. I don't question a woman's right to make that decision with regard to what are the ethical boundaries around in what situations I would provide abortion care. I stated that race-based pregnancy termination, sex selection, and with regard to Down syndrome, your sister, I do pregnancy when a woman comes. If there is a fetal indication where there is a problem with the pregnancy and the mother's made the decision to terminate, I don't investigate the reasons my patients terminate. I seek their clarity and I trust their judgment around what's right for them. And that's the question that the young woman was asking about when a woman decides that her mental capacity doesn't allow her. Who is it to say that she should, we'll get you mental help and she knows what she wants? Who are we to say that she doesn't have the capacity to make that decision? She doesn't have to tell me that I think I'll kill myself if I have a baby, but she says, I've weighed my options, I've made my decision, I'm going to end this pregnancy. That's good enough for me and I will end her pregnancy.
You didn't answer my question, but I appreciate the parts you did answer. There's a distinguishment thing. Distinction, thank you so much, between person and abortion, which you claim is just human, so it's okay, is killing. I'm just curious to you, why is it okay to kill a fetus or a human, which you're saying is not a person, therefore lacking in maybe value, but is
No, I didn't say
Can you
lacking in
clarify
value. I said a fetus is, I make the distinction that a fetus is not a person and a woman is a person.
Yes.
And a fetus has moral weight and a woman has moral weight, but according to my opponent, a fetus and the pregnancy and a woman that is carrying it, they are equal. And so when their interests compete, my opponent and many people who support him say that they have a right to be more vested in the fruit of a woman's womb than they are in the woman. I disagree.
I think you have many great points. It seems at this point that you agree with Dr. Adams that they're both people of value and equal.
All right, we're gonna cut that. And that is it for our questions, our Q&A. Thank you so much to all of you for asking these questions, for being willing to engage in this dialogue. We're so thankful for that. We are going to allow both speakers to do closing statements, and then we will have our final conclusion. We're going to start with Dr. Adams for his 5-minute conclusion.
This was awesome. Thank you for being here. Let me just briefly review my syllogism. I came here this evening and I argued that it is wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being. I supported that with philosophy, arguing that each and every single one of us is valuable not by virtue of the kinds of things that we do, but simply by virtue of the kinds of things we are. We don't have that basic human nature in degrees. You have it or you don't, and every single person in this room has it, and that's the reason why we're equal. And I also supported a minor premise which said it is wrong to, that abortion does in fact intentionally kill an innocent human being. I supported that with science. It led me to the conclusion that abortion is therefore wrong. I was very straightforward with you this evening. In contrast, it is my view that my opponent was extremely evasive. And to understand the implications of his evasiveness, I would ask you to just entertain a final thought experiment. I want you to imagine that a man is accused of going to Chicago and taking a gun and killing his brother. He's a suspect, and he is brought in to be questioned by the police. And he says he's never been to Chicago before. And suddenly the police produce receipts suggesting that he has in fact been in Chicago. And then he changes his defense, and he says he has never had a gun. Well, the police managed to produce receipts that indicate he's purchased several. So he shifts to a final defense saying, I don't have a brother. And then all of a sudden the police produce the birth records and show that he does. By the time he gets to his third incompatible explanation, you realize that he absolutely has no defense whatsoever. And that was glaringly obvious when Dr. Parker talked about the issue of what gives humans value. Sometimes he talks about legalism, sometimes he talks about sentience, sometimes he talks about general level of development. It seems that he cannot make up his mind. And so that leaves us, I think, with two very fundamental questions. Number one, what is your obligation? If you came here this evening and you were pro-choice and you realized you were making a mistake philosophically, or perhaps you didn't understand the science, it is your obligation to change your mind. I once was pro-choice on the issue of abortion. I was wrong about the science. I changed my mind, and that was not a sign of intellectual weakness. That was a sign of intellectual maturity. But there is a much larger question at stake in this debate, and it is this. Are we all equal? If Dr. Parker is right, and some human beings get to decide whether other human beings qualify for rights of personhood, you can kiss equality goodbye. None of us have it. But if I'm right, and our value is grounded in our basic human nature, and no one can take it away from you, you can walk out of this auditorium and you can speak about equality, and it can have meaning because it is grounded. And you understand that my view is grounded in the Declaration of Independence that reminds you that your right to life and your human value don't come from other humans. And that's why other humans cannot take them away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to now turn it over to Dr. Parker for his concluding statement, and then we also have a conclusion from the College Democrats. We have 2 more things left. The time is yours, Dr. Parker.
We'll see
First
here.
of all, let me thank you for
have the
the
last.
invitation and your attention. Even if you disagree with me, thank you for listening attentively to me. I appreciated the opportunity to participate in this forum with the intent of generating light versus heat. A lot of Dr. Adams, and I've appreciated the opportunity to be on stage, and it seems like a lot of his coloring of what he wants you to think about this issue, some of it had to do with what he wants you to think about me, about what my morals are around being someone who gets paid to provide abortion care, about whether or not I have a reverence and a sanctity for life. He made my argument, I think, the best at the end. He said, if I'm right, then human beings are not equal. And it can be determined by one human being whether or not another human being has a right. I'm going to just switch the characters in his narrative. If human beings are equal and that their rights are not derived from other human beings, then the characters in my narrative are men and women are equal. And women are equal in their agency, and therefore, just as men don't have to consult other people about what's going on in their bodies, women, if they're equal, should not have to do the same. And so, women shouldn't have to approach or interact with your opinions about whether or not they should have an abortion, whether you be man or woman. The only conscience or the only consultation that a woman should be making around whether or not to continue a pregnancy should be the consultation with her conscience, and that decision is between her and her God if she is of a religious faith, and that God has imbued her with the agency to make that decision. So I go back to the notion, I'm not formally trained in debate, and this is the first debate I've taken because I'm not convinced that this is the best way to disseminate knowledge and to generate understanding, because oftentimes it ends up being like a light beer commercial. Tastes great, less filling, right? And that's only relevant to you if you're a beer drinker. So what I hope tonight is, my goal was never to try and convince you one way or the other. I won't tell you what you have to believe or what you have to think, depending on whether you think I was more compelling or whether you think Dr. Adams was more compelling. What I can tell you is that if you think about this issue, and if you think about the rights that a woman has, if you think about what Abraham Lincoln said when he was asked why he ended slavery. We all know the Civil War was complex for whatever reason, but when he was asked as a white man who's the president why he freed the slaves, he said simply, as I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master. And what he was saying was, I don't know the condition of slavery because I am not a, what we would call then, Negro who was captured and brought to this country and had my labor stolen. Be that as it may, that if slavery stays in place, as a white person, it won't affect me one way or another. But even though I could never be a slave, I know what it means to want for others what I want for myself. And what I want for myself is a life of dignity, self-determination, health, and well-being. And that's what I want for women. And if ending a pregnancy would leave a woman to life, health, and well-being, I will respect her personhood and I will respect her wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention, for your respect. I am now bringing in the College Democrats president to give you a final concluding statement. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Savannah Waters, and I'm president of the UNCW College Democrats. I would like to thank UNCW, Dr. Parker, and Dr. Adams for participating in this civil discussion. Thank you to all the student organizations who made this possible, and thank you for everyone who came out and who's also watching on a live stream. We really love to see the passion that New Hanover County has to offer. Once again, I am with the College Democrats. We meet every Tuesday at 6 o'clock. If you have any interest in what we do and our values, the College Republicans meet every Wednesday at 7 p.m. We both meet in Lutzy Hall. If you would like any more information on what our student organizations do, we will both have tables outside so you can check us out. Once again, it's great to see civil discussion, especially and when we're so exposed to everyone's values on Facebook and etc. It's nice to see people talk and have good discussions. So thank you all for coming out. Thank you, UNCW, and thank you, members of the community. We appreciate your support.
So that was pretty much a good amount of that debate. I should have seen it from the beginning. I'm posting it on Brighteon.com as well. I'm not sure how much abortion thing is on Brighteon, but I usually take a little of everything in regards of abolish abortion. Is pretty much, there's only one channel here in regards of Rusty Thomas, abortion is a man's issue. Shreds pro-life, so that's like 3 videos in regards to abortion. I guess I will come another one. So yeah, subscribe. Let's just subscribe to Abolish Abortion PA. Not sure what that, but anyway. So I'm uploading this video in regards of the debate. I think it's it seems like it's some of his best, and I have a little of different things on my Brighteon, Jesus God, Dividing Line, Pope666.info. Could have really also removed the HTTP, but kind of nice too. But I guess you could remove that from the name. Anyway, it's a little, it's been some time since I actually fixed the video up, and I think abortion would be nice just to have up as well. Again, in regards to a little of a little of everything, pretty much. All videos 25. So yeah, that will be my 25th video. Fine. On Brighteon. Brighteon has been a pretty good channel. I haven't seen any censorship on it. So, although it can be a little hard to actually, upload some of the videos because it wants to have them in a specific, they need to be so and so good and all that to upload apparently. And the Stu and David Joes on the Satanic Order of the Roman Jesuit, Okay. So that's pretty much a little of everything on the Brighteon. Yeah. that was that debate. Interesting.
And I'm the president of Ratio Christi at UNCW.
Crazy.
I am so honored to be a...
So this is
Hello,
the
everyone.
beginning
On behalf
of
of
it.
Ratio Christi,
I think it should have been a longer, I could, an hour longer, maybe even 2, Here you have an evil, filthy murderer trying to defend, and then you have another guy that's kind of smart, in regards of pro-life, who also was a former, like myself, Anyway, so that was Mike Adams apparently, and I should listen to the whole thing. It seems to be, there's some pretty good things. He stood his, he did it seems like he did a pretty good job. How can I share the pro-life message to my generation? Let's see here.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I'm 16. Yes. I was just wondering, like, on a high school campus, like, kids are very polarized by this issue.
Yes.
So how do you engage them in such a way that, like, you don't get shut down immediately?
Yeah. Well, it's difficult on a high school campus because your First Amendment rights are so much more restricted. If you're a pro-life group on a college campus, for example, you pay mandatory student activity fees, and the university is actually obligated under the First Amendment to give you a certain amount of money back on a viewpoint neutral basis. We've had Supreme Court decisions where, for example, newspapers have refused to allow students to talk about the issue of abortion. And
yeah, there's of course also one way to silence things is to not to be able to debate it. Oh, we have someone says there's no Trinity, it's the Godhead. Trinity is a pagan Roman Catholic idol. Oh, give me a break. You people. Mm-hmm. There is no Trinity, it's the Godhead. Trinity is a pagan Roman Catholic idol. How does that become an idol? How does the Trinity become a pagan Roman Catholic idol? Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Well, that's 3. And the children of God, which is the twist. I call it the Trinity with a twist, right? That tends to be the thing that... But actually, in some of the declarations that is made, in the past, where you have the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, they do actually have the children of God in some sense fixed into it as well, in some of them at least. So they do actually have the twist. And you do see the twist, like, go and baptize them in the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? In the name. Who are they baptizing? Oh, the newborn children of God. So there we go with the twist again, so you just have to... Oh, why is it... Yeah, it's just continuing with this closure of the screen. Very annoying. But that, of course, that's the typical of all these automatical things and all that. So, Andrew Guerra, apparently, is a King James book 1611. We can't handle the Trinity. Like, it's so much easier just to listen to people who understands it and go in that direction instead of all the bullshit of.
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Anyway,
I'm
so
16. Yes. I was just wondering, like, on a high school campus, like, kids are very polarized by this issue.
Yes.
So how do you engage them in such a way that, like, you don't get shut down immediately?
Yeah. Well, it's difficult on a high school campus because your First Amendment rights are so much more restricted. If you're a pro-life group on a college campus, for example, you pay mandatory student activity fees, and the university is actually obligated under the First Amendment to give you a certain amount of money back on a viewpoint-neutral basis. We've had Supreme Court decisions where, for example, newspapers have refused to allow students to talk about the issue of abortion. And by the way, because you have diminished rights on a high school campus, as a result of that, they're able to shut down that debate. And so I strongly encourage people to just seek out private sources of funding to actually bring that issue to the campus. Like, what kind of activities do you want to get involved in on the campus? What would you like to see happen?
More like stuff on the personal level, because because it's such a polarized issue. Like, a lot of like principals and superintendents don't want like actual organized movements, but like on a personal level, how would you engage people?
Well, through social media. If it's something that you're not going to be able to discuss on the campus, that's why I think social media is an effective way of approaching the topic. And again, I think if you do it right, if you go out there and you stick with science, and that's why I'm such a big supporter of using visuals and teaching people to educate themselves about what the science of embryology says. Just focus upon trying to educate people on the central issue. You've got to understand, as many bad things as are happening to your generation. I mean, people look at you, at your age and your generation, they beat up on you a lot. And you look at what your generation believes relative to what older generations believe. You're often subjected to ridicule. But seriously, you take a look at the issue of abortion, you notice that the numbers are a little bit different. That young people tend to be a little bit more pro-life. Why is that the case? It's because you're the first generation out there that couldn't be fooled. My generation, when we were getting in trouble in the 80s, and my fraternity brothers and people I knew people were getting pregnant out of wedlock left and right, it was so easy for someone to come along and say, just have the abortion. It's just an undifferentiated clump of cells. And we believe it because it's what we wanted to believe. Your generation can't be fooled. Why? Because your generation has access to ultrasound technology. And your generation has access to social media. Share it.
That's interesting.
Believe it because it's what we wanted to believe. Your generation can't be fooled. Why? Because your generation has access to ultrasound technology. And your generation has access to social media. Share it.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah. Closing arguments in a debate. Well, I guess he's right. The internet can be used, to share the truth, right, amongst. Yeah. Anyway, to tell people, if people don't keep shut, at least. So cross-examining the Mike Adams, we knew abortion a legal right or moral wrong. Well, what is this? Dr. Mike Adams. He might also be in this thing. I'm gonna see here what we have.
To the returning audience members tonight, thank you for joining us again. If this is your first Chronicle,
Oh, here we go. I think we have found him.
of those images
There we
is
go.
the picture of
Nice. We found another video in regards of.
He is a prolific columnist and participates in Summit Ministries. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Mike Adams. Dr. Adams holds a PhD in sociology and criminology from Mississippi State University. He teaches at University of North Carolina, Wilmington, where he is actively involved in legal challenges to campus censorship, ironically. He is a He is a prolific columnist and participates in Summit Ministries. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Mike Adams.
Thank you, Nadine. Thank you, everyone, for showing up here this evening. First of all, I definitely want to thank Nadine for her hearty endorsement of freedom of speech. But I have bad news for you. There will be no free speech this evening because Nadine and I will be sending a bill to the university for our efforts tonight. Just kidding. Not kidding, actually. Absolutely want to start by really thanking you for all of your efforts, and Peter Kilgore and all of those in the Socratic Club who put forth all the effort to put together this event. I thank you so much for that. And I want to just basically try to get down to the central question in the abortion debate immediately, because I do not believe it is possible for us to answer the question of what we do with the unborn unless we have answered the predicate question of what is the unborn. And in an effort to get down to that central predicate question in our debate, I want to rely upon a hypothetical, which is absolutely brilliant because I didn't think of it. It was actually thought of by a good friend of mine by the name of Greg Koppel. And join me in imagining this. Imagine that it's a few years in the future, and each and every single one of you have met the man or woman of your dreams. You're married, you have children, you're at home, and you've just fixed a nice meal. And afterwards you're cleaning up and you're standing there at the kitchen sink when all of a sudden your 5-year-old child comes up behind you and asks, "Mommy or Daddy, can I kill this?" Hopefully there would not be a single one of you who would answer that question without first turning around to see exactly what the child has got. If you were to turn around and to see that the 5-year-old child is holding a cockroach, in my opinion, I would say, go ahead and kill that sucker, flush it down the toilet, wash your hands carefully before your midnight snack, and don't let your mother see it. If, however, I were to turn around and to see that my 5-year-old son had his 2-year-old brother in a headlock and was saying, "Mommy or Daddy, can I kill this?" it would compel a very different answer. Before we answer the question of what we are going to do with the unborn, we have to answer the predicate question, what is the unborn? And what I intend to do this evening is to provide a very clear answer to that predicate question.
We have another one, the Unaborted Truth Cross-Examined official podcast. I think, that would be nice without any debate or anything like that, and just have his...
Does truth exist?
Because you have faith, does that make this book true?
Does God exist?
So when someone says there is no truth, if you apply the claim to itself, what should you say? Is
that true?
They don't think Christianity's true. They're talked out of it. You know why they're talked out of it? Because they've never been talked into it.
Cross-examining skeptical and atheistic views. Welcome to Cross-Examine with Dr. Frank Turek.
Welcome to the Hurricane edition of the Cross-Examined radio program with me, Frank Turek, coming to you from Charlotte, North Carolina. But it's not Saturday. If you're listening to this now, it's actually Thursday. We did not know if we would have power on Saturday, so we're pre-recording this one. We wish we could be live, but we don't know the progress of the storm right now. But I do have a friend of mine here from Wilmington, North Carolina. He's been on this program before. He and I do some seminars together called Fearless Faith with J. Warner Wallace. And his name is the great Dr. Mike Adams. Mike, how are you?
Great to be here.
Of course it's great to be here, because if you're at your house right now, you might be underwater.
Well, not underwater yet, but windy. It's windy and everything's shut down in Wilmington
That's
right
right.
now.
So you came to our house here in Charlotte, and hopefully we're not underwater right now as you listen to this. And we got a lot to talk about today, Mike. I mean, you're on a college campus. You're a professor there. You're at UNC Wilmington. You're a criminology professor there. You've written some tremendous books. You are really in the belly of the beast, man. You see what goes on every day on a college campus. You are like the lone conservative down there. What's it like to teach at a university filled with people who are far, far left?
Well, it's interesting. I'm glad that you said far, far left. I get sick and tired of people talking about our liberal universities. It would be fantastic if our universities were still liberal. But liberalism presupposes what? Tolerance, which presupposes the existence of moral judgments. And we are far beyond that. It's very far left. And the experience for me, this is my 26th year, so it's changed. We definitely had liberals in higher education when I started. It's just that the percentage is shifting. It's shifting to an illiberal left. I work with millennials who are now professors with PhDs, and they have grown up their entire lives in an atmosphere where the marketplace of ideas is dictated by speech codes and not by the First Amendment. And so it's really shifting, but I'm very happy to be there. It's tough from time to time, but it is invigorating for me. It definitely gives me a sense of purpose. I think you ask what it's like being the lone conservative. I'm not quite the lone conservative on the campus at UNC Wilmington, but I might as well be, because you never hear from the other conservatives.
Don't they
They're
sometimes
out there.
whisper at you, like in the hall, and say, hey,
not by the First Amendment.
Terrible.
And so it's really shifting, but I'm very happy to be there. It's tough from time to time, but it is invigorating for me. It definitely gives me a sense of purpose. I think you ask what it's like being the lone conservative. I'm not quite the lone conservative on the campus at UNC Wilmington, but I might as well be, because you never hear from the other conservatives.
Don't they
They're
sometimes
out there.
whisper at you, like in the hall, and say, hey, I'm kind of with you, but I can't speak up?
Actually, that does happen. I've been pulled over by people in the dean's office, for example. I won a case against UNCW a few years ago. They'll pull me over and they'll say, I was rooting for you. And they'll whisper it, and I'll kind of lean over and I'll say, no, thanks. I don't want to be friends with you. You're part of the problem,
Yeah,
actually.
you won't stand up. Well, hey, I know, for our listeners who don't know, give us kind of a 2-minute overview of that case that you won against your university. You were an atheist when you got tenure. You became a Christian. You started writing against or exposing some of the things going on there at the university, and then they stopped promoting you, even though your students have always rated you very highly on Rate My Professors. What happened?
Well, yeah, it's that simple. The conversion occurred, and I became an outspoken opponent of fake diversity and the diversity movement in about 2001. Started to write the column for townhall.com in 2003, and then I actually shortly after that, started to actually recruit plaintiffs for lawsuits against the university, including, in my own system. And in a few years, I became actually, fairly known in certain circles as a critic of the university. And so, they denied a promotion in 2006. And that was the funny thing, is that my student evaluations throughout my entire 25-year career have been very high. But you look at the line, I was loved by the faculty, and then all of a sudden, boom, in 2000, you see the evaluations tank. And they actually denied me on the basis of teaching, research, and service. The problem was I'd won University Professor of the Year twice before I converted. It didn't even pass the straight face test when it got in front of a jury. So it was easy. I think in my 3-day trial, I don't think it took the jury 2 hours for them to deliberate and come back with a verdict in my favor on all counts.
And your attorney, David French.
Yeah.
So you were telling me this yesterday. Mike and I have been held up for about 24 hours waiting for the storm to hit, so we were just talking about all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And Mike, for those of you who don't know, is one of the professors in our Fearless Faith course. And those who are taking the Fearless Faith course right now will be interacting with Mike here on Zoom coming up pretty soon. But you were talking about how when French went into the case, he was showing different evaluations. What was he showing, and how did that convince the jury you were right and the university was wrong?
Well, actually, one of the big problems, I don't know if I got into this in our last conversation, but I'll throw it out now. One of the big conversations was they actually tampered with evidence. I mean,
The university did.
the department chair, who is a Marxist, a feminist, what's so funny is she does her research on wrongful convictions in which she accuses prosecutors of tampering with evidence. It's just,
she did it.
It's a parody. And so we found the original emails. Well, she not only got rid of all of the positive things that were said about me and kept the negative, she actually put ellipses in the middle of sentences to change their meaning. And when the verdict came back, and they found me to be sufficient on teaching and service, but not on research, well, she actually destroyed the letter and rewrote one that said I was deficient in all three areas. That's like the jury foreperson, like tampering with the jury form and saying, just kidding, you weren't guilty on one of the three things that you're accused of. You're guilty of everything, So it was just, it wasn't just a case of circumstantial evidence of bias. What really got the university in trouble actually was things like evidence tampering. And you can't do that in the area of e-discovery anymore. It's not possible.
Unless you're Hillary Clinton.
well, there you go. But yeah, we were able to find that. That was a huge factor, not surprising at all for me. How do they justify that? Well, they're postmodernists, basically. These are people who put scare quotes around the concept of truth. And so it's easy for them to rationalize the destruction of evidence and rationalize just about everything.
And when French showed the jury that your student evaluations from your students were 5 out of 5 consistently throughout your career, and then suddenly
high fours.
And then suddenly when you become a Christian, before that, the faculty are right with that, and then after that, your evaluations from the faculty go in the tank for no apparent reason.
To the very bottom of the department. I am dead last in a department of about 25 professors, just all of a sudden.
How do they evaluate your teaching ability if they never go into your classroom?
Oh, it's just funny. You have these anonymous committees that get together and they look at your syllabus and everything. Everything is a farce in academia, and everything is it's a make-believe world there. So it was. I'm just very thankful that through the process of I've just been given a good platform, and I've met a lot of people, and I'm thankful that I got to be good friends with the ADF and met David French. I wouldn't have survived that case without having top-notch attorneys. I wouldn't have won.
Well, you should have won because you were right and they were wrong. But having a great attorney like David French really helped quite a bit. I can imagine.
It helps quite a bit, and also one who's an Iraqi war veteran who can stand up in front of a jury of North Carolinians and just speak to them in his disarming manner. And I loved it that Roy Cooper, who's now the governor, he was attorney general back then, for some reason he thought it was a good idea to put two radical feminist attorneys in front of the North Carolina jury. He did that, play the gender card throughout the entire thing. And you've got some young Yale-educated feminist there who's trying to argue in front of a bunch of conservative, unemployed, working-class Democrats. That's what juries often are in Greenville, North Carolina. It doesn't work.
Well, we're going to talk about playing the gender card because there's some things going on in Christianity and in academia right now which our listeners need to know about. There's actually some Christians out there who say they are pro-abortion, Mike, and you're going to debate one of them coming up here. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about how some universities are suppressing the truth about valid research regarding transgenderism and some other issues we'll get into. We're talking to my friend Dr. Mike Adams. I'm Frank Turek. You're listening to Cross-Examine with Frank Turek on the American Family Radio Network. Back in 2.
Thank you for listening to the Cross-Examine podcast. This material is made available to you for free by the contributions of listeners like you. If you wish to support future podcasts, just go to crossexamine.org and click on the donate button, or simply use the donate feature directly in our app. Thanks.
Welcome back to Cross-Examine with Frank Turek on the American Family Radio Network. My guest today, Dr. Mike Adams from UNC Wilmington, written a number of great books. One of them is called Letters to a Young Progressive, How to Avoid Wasting Your Life Protesting Things You Don't Understand. What a great subtitle that is, by the way. And Mike, let's talk a little bit about what goes on a university. And let's just use your campus as an example because you know it. You've been there for years. University of North Carolina at Wilmington has a women's center. Give us a little history, what that's about.
Well,
where
yeah,
it is now.
Yeah, before we kind of get into this idea of pro-abortion, that mentality creeping into the church, I eventually want to talk here about why it's so important for the church to take a stand. And the way we kind of get there in that conversation is to realize that the university has become kind of this church, for the worship of the secular humanist mindset and worldview. And they just believe that they don't have to be committed to a free and open marketplace of ideas. They think that all the major debates of the day on issues like abortion, well, they've taken place in the past, they've won, and they're proceeding on to the implementation stage.
This is what I notice about the left, and I know you notice it even more than I do, that the left does not want to have a debate.
No.
The left wants to cancel the debate. They want to shout you down. And friends, there are only two ways to move forward in a civilized society on these issues. One is to debate principle. The other is just to use raw power. And what the left is doing now is they're using raw power on using their own principles to shut everybody else up. But anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go
No,
ahead.
it's true, and they do believe that they've won in the major debates, and that took place decades ago. And so, when around 2001 on my university campus, we opened up a women's resource center for the first time. I mean, I knew at that time the campus was 68% female. We didn't need some safe haven for women to go and escape the patriarchy, because they dominate the campus not only in numbers but also in academic honors and awards. Women outperform the men academically, and they're in greater numbers. So by no definition are they an oppressed minority. So that I knew way back in 2001 when they actually opened up a women's center, that the entire purpose of it was to promote, abortion and sexual politics. And so, of course, when they put up their website for the very first time, I noticed that they had a picture of Hillary Clinton, and then, of course, you go to a section where it talks about women's health resources, and what do you know? There's Planned Parenthood, a link to the website, the phone number, the address, but there's nothing for the local crisis pregnancy center.
Of course not, yeah.
Instantly, back then, Kathleen Berkeley, by the way, was the original director of the center. I instantly contacted them and said, hey, in the name of tolerance and inclusion and in women's choice, why don't you have a second place where women can go for counseling, the Lifeline Pregnancy Center? And they said, well, no, that would duplicate information. We have a non-duplication policy. Well, I scrolled down and I noticed there was a separate section for rape crisis counseling. But they had 2 counseling centers listed. And I said, well, apparently you don't have a non-duplication policy at all. And so I start to push them, and very early on, we began to see, this kind of nonsense taking place. And, you brought up earlier this morning, you actually found an old column I wrote in 2014. So move forward, a dozen years after the Women's Center has been launched, all you see is that they get more aggressive in their activities. We have this couple, this pair of lesbians who are married to one another, got married up in Massachusetts before it became, legal by mandate of the Supreme Court back in, 2015. Yeah. So I'm writing this in 2014. They've been married up in Massachusetts. One of them is the Women's Center director. The other is the LGBTQIA office director that we've developed. And it's really interesting. They have got signs up at a university event that say good women have abortions. Okay, so now at this point, they're actively, very aggressively promoting it. They have established a relationship with the NARAL student group, they officially sponsored the NARAL group.
National Abortion Rights
Action League.
Yeah.
By the way, you can't do that. There were 12 political groups on campus, and NARAL was one of them. Well, the Women's Center picks one of them and says, we're going to sponsor them and promote their events, only their events, but not the Pro-Life Club. They do a documentary on celebrating the life of George Tiller, a partial birth abortionist who was murdered in a church in Kansas. They do all these things. They have an event where they sell T-shirts that said, I had an abortion, encouraging the students at the university to actually boast about the fact that they had had abortions.
So this is at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, a state school. They're funding a women's resource center on campus, and they're distributing T-shirts that say "I had an abortion."
They were doing this at their events, and this is back in 2014. So it's very interesting. I got really active around this time and exposing what was going on at the Women's Center. We did have a change of leadership, and we actually had a Republican, Jose Sartorelli, became the chancellor in 2015. I'd written about all this stuff. He actually replaced the Women's Center director. And for a time, things were getting better. They actually took down the Planned Parenthood contact information. But I actually just checked on the website recently this summer, and I noticed they've sneaked it back up again.
But no crisis pregnancy center.
No crisis pregnancy center. So all we have throughout this history of this center is just pro-abortion politics. And what's really bizarre is that we've actually had our LGBTQIA office on campus, which is, obviously the gay rights office and Safe Zone. They've actually done programming sponsoring abortion, which is just kind of nonsensical because their director for a number of years, who's no longer there, actually also was a volunteer at Planned Parenthood. So it's interesting. They just get into these different diversity offices and they push the issue of abortion more than anything on campus. I mean, this is their, the holy sacrament, of the university left. It's shocking how much energy that they put into it.
In fact, before we come back to that, I want to just bring this up, Mike. I don't know if you saw this. It just happened earlier this week. There was a tweet by a lady by the name of Denise McAllister.
Right.
I don't know if you've heard. I don't know anything about her, but here's what she tweeted. This was her tweet. At the root of abortion hysteria is women's unhinged desire for irresponsible sex. Sex is their god. Abortion is their sacrament. It's abhorrent as women have flung themselves from the heights of being the world's civilizing force to the muck and mire of dehumanizing depravity. Now, for that tweet, this woman has received death threats, has received rape threats, and is now going into hiding. Her family said, you need to go into hiding because these are credible threats. These people are proving her point.
Oh, yeah. This has happened to me before where I've gone and ridiculed people for hysteria. And then boom, you've got this internet mob that comes after
right. Desire for irresponsible sex.
I see here.
So it's interesting. They just get into these different diversion more than any energy that they put into it.
In fact, before we come back to that, I want to just bring this up, Mike. I don't know if you saw this. It just happened earlier this week. There was a tweet by a lady by the name of Denise McAllister.
Right.
I don't know if you've heard. I don't know anything about her, but here's what she tweeted. This was her tweet. At the root of abortion hysteria is women's unhinged desire for irresponsible sex. Sex is their god. Abortion is their sacrament. It's a desire for irresponsible. At the root of abortion hysteria is women's unhinged desire for irresponsible sex. Sex is their god. Abortion is their sacrament. It's abhorrent as women have flung themselves from the heights of being the world's civilizing force to the muck and mire of dehumanizing depravity. Now, for that tweet, this woman has received death threats, has received rape threats, and is now going into hiding. Her family said, you need to go into hiding because these are credible threats. These people are proving her point.
Oh, yeah. This has happened to me before where I've gone and ridiculed people for hysteria, and then boom, you've got this internet mob that comes after you.
Right.
This is the stuff of the French Revolution. It's very interesting, but I've had the experience many times on social media where they, even when I wasn't attempting to do so, I end up baiting them into proving my point. This is disturbing because I think if it were me, if I were the person who had put that tweet out, I certainly would have gotten a reaction to it. But nothing like what you see when a woman actually goes out there and does it. What this reminds me of is the Ruth Malhotra lawsuit that occurred at Georgia Tech. She and Arit Sklar sued the university over its speech code. That's been over a decade since that lawsuit began. And they actually, I know Ruth was actually getting the rape threats and the anonymous notes on her car and ended up having the security.
It's interesting because I couldn't find anything on Google, but as a typical, I found it on DuckDuckGo. I guess it's not a surprise in regards to Google, but because it's just discussed in Google, of course.
He actually accompanied her to graduation.
I did find it.
And they were credible, and it was hysteria, and a lot of it coming from their gay straight alliance on campus. And
The folks who say they're fighting for tolerance?
yeah, and this is identity politics.
Yeah.
Completely divorced from principle. The question of right or wrong is tied to group identity at all times.
Yes. And in fact, you're about to have a debate coming up in February.
Yes.
And this ties in nicely to what you were saying. You're debating a guy by the name of Willie Parker. We'll get to him in a minute. But he's a pro-abortion, claims to be Christian. You're going to debate him on UNC Wilmington. And you went to the Women's Resource Center and said, hey, would you like to help fund this debate? And what happened?
Oh, that's interesting. We've had some representatives go there and ask for the debate to be funded. With Ratio Christi, they're great. They're always stepping up and funding these pro-life events. And a couple of their representatives, they were a student and actually an employee, went to the Women's Center, and this is just typical. And the report I got back from that meeting is their only objection to funding the event actually is the gender of the people who are debating. They're men. This is a women's issue, and you're men. It's shocking.
Did you tell them that you might feel like a woman that day?
Actually, I should. But as I understand it, I'm going to have to look into this, but I'm probably obligated to file a Title IX sex discrimination complaint because, I'm told that I'm supposed to report any incident of sex discrimination, and that certainly is sex discrimination. Even if they're just saying that to mask viewpoint discrimination, still,
right, exactly.
I've got to do something about that. But this is the kind of mendacity that we run into every single time that we try and open up the marketplace of ideas and to have some sort of a debate.
Frank Beckwith, a mutual friend of ours, who sometimes teaches at Summit, famously said years ago when someone who was pro-abortion said, well, you can't have an opinion, you're a man. And he said, this is a debate. Genitals do not have argument, or arguments do not have genitals, is the way he put it,
Exactly.
And it would be equivalent to say that you couldn't be against slavery in this country unless you were a black person.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, then that's what I have to say to the Women's Center on our campus. I mean, it's preposterous. Like two men can't have a good debate on the issue of abortion. Well, hold on a second. What was the best debate that ever occurred in the history of this country on the topic of slavery? Well, it was between Douglas and Lincoln. Neither one of them were black.
That's right. Yes. Yes.
It's not irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not relevant
to the
at all.
quality of their arguments at all. Yeah.
Well, that's just what you say. It's just pure identity politics.
That's right. Pure identity.
And if you don't have the right identity according to their definition of identity, then you're not even allowed to debate the issue. You're out on the outside.
Individuals don't have rights. Groups have rights.
That's the problem. And that's the mentality, friends, if you're listening to this. If you're sending your kid off to a college or a university, and most of them are left of center, as you know, this is the kind of mentality that goes on a college campus. And you do a wonderful job of exposing it, Mike. But if people want to read your columns, where do they go?
Well, it's interesting. I wrote for townhall.com for, about 15 years, and I started writing for the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's website, back in May. And I haven't written much lately. I am sporadic on there. All summer, I did a weekly column. It might be one or two a month, but that is the place to find my newest material. And it's great to keep up with Ben's material.
If you're sending your kid off to a college or a university, and most of them are left of center, as you know, this is the kind of mentality that goes on a college campus. And you do a wonderful job of exposing it, Mike. But if people want to read your columns, where do they go?
Well, it's interesting. I wrote for townhall.com for, about 15 years, and I started writing for the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's website, back in May. And I haven't written much lately. I am sporadic on there. All summer, I did a weekly column. It might be one or two a month, but that is the place to find my newest material. And it's great to keep up with Ben's material as well.
Oh, absolutely. So you can find Mike at the Daily Wire. Also go to townhall.com and just type his name in there. He's got some amazing columns you'll enjoy and be enlightened by. Where you're listening to Cross-Examine with Frank Turek on the American Family Radio Network. My guest, Dr. Mike Adams, UNC Wilmington. The book is called Letters to a Young Progressive, How to Avoid Wasting Your Life Protesting Things You Don't Understand. More with Mike in just a minute. Don't go away. College campuses are hostile to the Christian faith, and 3 out of 4 young people walk away from the church once they go to college. That's why we go to college campuses and present I don't have enough faith to be an atheist in the United States and even all over the world. When we do this, we don't charge students a dime. That's why we need your financial support. In fact, over the past couple of years, we've been able to grow dramatically because of your generous support. And 100% of your donations go to ministry. 0% go to buildings. So when you give to Cross Examined, you'll be giving to help us go reach young people where they are. Would you consider giving today? Thank you so much, and thank you so much for what you've done already. Frank Turek of CrossExamined.org back with you. I want to mention this coming Thursday, September 20th, I'll be at Grand Valley State University. Grand Valley State University up there on the western side of Michigan. I'll be there with my friend Dr. Richard Howe and also Dr. Tim McGrew. We're going to be talking about our miracles believable. That's going to be 7 p.m. All the details are on our website, crossexamined.org. Then the Rethink Conference in a couple of weeks, September 28th, 29th, out there in Costa Mesa, California. Then I'll be at Sand Hills, in the Sand Hills, or I should say really Pinehurst area of North Carolina, if it's still standing after this hurricane. In early October, I'll be there. Then I'll be at Spartanburg Methodist College the day after that. Then I'll be at McNeese State down in Louisiana. Then we have the Apologetics Conference here in Charlotte, North Carolina. You don't want to miss that. That's October 12th and 13th. Robbie Zacharias headlining it, along with Hugh Ross and Dr. Norman Geisler and J. Warner Wallace and several others. Then the Spyglass Apologetics and Theology Conference out there in Colorado Springs toward the end of October. Then I'll be at the University of Maryland, Towson State, several other places. Check the website, crossexamined.org, for more. Hope to see you out there on the road. Talking to my friend Dr. Mike Adams, UNC Wilmington professor, who writes some brilliant columns and works with me and J. Warner Wallace on Fearless Faith, the program we take to churches to prepare young people to go to college or even in high school, to be ready for high school. Because Mike is on a college campus. He knows what goes on there. He knows how to deal with the politics there and how to deal with all the nonsense that will be dumped on your child once he or she goes there. And we also give you a straight apologetics in the Fearless Faith course. So if you're in a church that would like Fearless Faith at that particular organization, you just need to contact us at crossexamined.org. But I want to go back to Mike. Mike, before the break, we were talking a little bit about the fact that you're going to have a debate with a man by the name of Willie Parker. Who is this guy, and what does he believe?
Yeah, well, I am going into the last 5 or 6 years here of my career as a professor, and I've decided I would like to try and debate the issue of abortion on my campus every year until I retire. And where did I decide to start? Well, Dr. Willie Parker, because he is a quote-unquote Christian who performs abortions for a living.
He performs them.
He performs them. He has performed over 10,000 abortions and claims that he is doing the will of God and that Jesus called him to do it. You're not going to believe this, but you know, he'll actually cite a portion of the New Testament that convinced him he needed to do this. You know what it was?
What?
It was the parable of the Good Samaritan.
What?
I mean, most people would hear that and think, well, there's one question that comes out there: who is my neighbor? Which would raise the question: is the unborn my neighbor? You know, if not, why? But this guy is really a piece of work, and I decided to sit down and read his book, Life's Work, a moral argument for choice, last year, and I was so absolutely appalled by the content of it. I spoke to Horatio Christie at my university and said, reach out to him and let's challenge him to a debate, and he accepted the challenge. And I'm looking forward to it because, you know, he's an example of something we've seen that's popped up with greater frequency in recent years. If you come along and claim that you're pro-choice, you know, it's kind of hard to just go and get a book contract. But if you claim that you are a pro-choice Christian, boy, you better believe that they're going to give you a big book contract and put you out there on the national media tour. And so they've grabbed a hold of this guy, and you know, it's amazing. Willie Parker, and it's interesting. He is a black male who has accepted the Margaret Sanger Award from Planned Parenthood. You know, it's like a parody.
Margaret Sanger, as you know, and maybe our listeners don't know, was a racist
Absolutely.
who wanted to abolish the black race the black ethnicity is only one race, the human race. But in any event, she wanted to eradicate black children. And
Well, it's stunning. Yeah, I've got a column about this on the Daily
she's,
Wire.
by the way, she's the founder of Planned Parenthood, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in.
And it's called what is it? Margaret Sanger's Stooge is actually the name of it, where it actually has a picture of Willie Parker accepting this award from Planned Parenthood, and it's really kind of stunning when you sit there and do the numbers. Dr. Parker has admitted to performing 10,000 abortions. He also admits in his book that 37% of those aborted are black. So by his own admission, he has killed, 3,700 innocent blacks inside the womb. If you take a look at the statistics from the Tuskegee Institute, the total number of blacks lynched in the history of the United States of America is 3,447. I mean, let that sink in for a second. He's actually aborted more blacks than that.
And he actually admits that they were blacks. He's not admitting that they were just a blob of tissue.
Well, no, actually, no. His book is full of contradictions.
Okay,
but let me speak to that directly. If you want to get an answer from Dr. Parker about when life begins, he actually gives 3 separate answers. First of all, he says, well, life technically begins before conception, because it's like a continuity of the woman's life. That's a bizarre thing. I mean, I wonder how often Willie Parker has gone to perform an abortion, and he accidentally aborted the mother.
That's right.
No, of course. When O.J. Simpson's DNA was found in the murder scene, it's like they didn't go arrest his mother, because they've got different DNA. I mean, it's just absurd. What's also very strange is he then turns around in his book and says that I can state authoritatively as a Christian and a scientist that life does not begin at conception. Well, he can't state anything authoritatively as a Christian because he has said that there is no one interpretation of Scripture or Christianity.
Is that the right one interpretation?
So exactly. And furthermore, the science of embryology says, of course, that the unborn is a distinct, living, and whole human being at the point of conception.
Yeah.
And he also goes on to say a third explanation that we're not sure whether a life begins. It's a gray area between 22 and 25 weeks after conception, but then he says they're viable at 22 weeks. I mean, it's bizarre nonsense.
I know some teenagers that are not viable.
Yeah.
I don't have the right to kill them. I mean, it's ridiculous what he's saying. Now, you said something brilliant, many things brilliant, in your debate with Nadine
Strawson.
She used to be the head of the
ACLU.
That's right. Yeah, okay, she was.
We debated at Oregon State.
Right, a few years ago. You can see it on YouTube. Look it up. And there was a point where you were pointing out that this is a living being because dead things don't
grow. Yeah, it was an interesting moment in our cross-ex, I guess, our informal exchange during a 20-minute portion of the debate, but she sat there and denied the personhood and the humanity of the unborn, and she talked about this 2-cell stage of existence, which, by the way, you're 2 cells for less than 1 second.
Right.
By the way. And at some point I did just take a look at her and I said, Nadine, there's a difference between what you saw. I showed the pictures, obviously, of aborted fetuses there at the debate. And the 2 cells say, how did you get from one point to the next? And I just paused and looked at her and said, Nadine, dead things don't grow.
Mm-hmm.
And
how did she respond to that? Do you recall?
She just kind of shakes her head, and my contention there was that there's absolute unanimity in the science of embryology that life begins at conception. She actually brought up a document during that debate I'd never seen before, in which she claimed that it had statements from embryologists who said that it's not known as to whether life begins at conception.
Well, then
here's what's interesting, though. Let me tell you this. Scott Klusendorf then debated her afterwards, so he went and tracked down the document, and we actually found that none of the authors of the paper were embryologists. So my point stands. There is literally 100% consensus in the science of embryology that life begins at conception.
Right. New life begins, yes, at conception.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
And so the problem then from the pro-choice position is that you are either a science-denying fundamentalist, or you've got a big philosophical problem on your hands.
Right.
Because once you accept that science, then you're in a position of arguing that sometimes it is okay to intentionally kill an innocent human being. And that's a philosophical argument.
It's also a moral claim
It's a moral claim.
There's no moral neutrality on abortion. If you're saying that a woman has a moral right to choose an abortion, that's a moral claim. And what you're saying is the baby has no moral right to life. The father has no capability to stop the death of his or her child.
Right.
The state has no moral authority to step in and say you can't do this. Those are all moral positions. The question is, where do you get these moral positions from? You're just inventing them. That's the problem. And Willie Parker obviously is if he's getting a pro-abortion position from the Good Samaritan parable, that's just crazy. Okay, let's just say it.
It is.
But that's where we are in academia today. Now I want to close the loop on this, Mike, because we've got just a few minutes left in this segment. Why can a guy like Willie Parker, who claims to be a Christian, get away with this?
Well, you notice it's not just him. It's Rebecca Todd Peters now has a book as a Christian and also professor at Elon supporting abortion. We also have John Pavlovich, who's got a new book coming out, and he's been all over the internet supporting it. And we have this wave of Christian pro-aborts. The reason for it is that the church has been silent on the issue of abortion. They just don't want to talk about it because it makes some people feel uncomfortable. I mean, you'll notice that you'll have no problem getting the local mega church there to get political when it's something like human trafficking.
Yeah.
Now, you know why they'll do that? They'll have a special weekend event on how they can come together as a church to fight human trafficking.
Which is good. Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
and you know why they feel comfortable doing that.
Nobody disagrees.
The pastor can be reasonably certain that, let's say it's a church like my town where we have one of these big churches. They got 5,500 people, I think, that come every Sunday. And even in an audience that large, the pastor can be reasonably comfortable in knowing that no one in that congregation is involved in human trafficking. Right?
Yeah.
However, you can bet that there are not only people having abortions out there, but also working for Planned Parenthood. You know, a number.
That's the very reason, though, Mike. As you know, they ought to talk about it.
Exactly.
And they ought to say that Jesus is the solution.
Yeah.
That you can cover your sins. All of our sins are covered by the blood of Christ. And people listening right now, if you've had an abortion, put it under the cross of Christ. But to hide from the issue.
Yeah, they're missing a gospel opportunity.
Yes. And they're missing the opportunity to say, moving forward, don't do this again.
Yeah, for years I knew a prosecutor in my town, very liberal, and his wife actually worked at Planned Parenthood, and they went to a mega church in my town, and they just sat there for years in church. She would listen to the sermons on a Sunday and then go and help with the abortion of children on Monday, and she was able to do that because it was a safe zone for her. The church really shouldn't be a safe zone there. It should be a nudging zone.
It shouldn't be a safe zone for any of us.
No, it shouldn't
We're
be.
all sinners, and we need to be corrected on our sin and asked to repent.
So the pro-choicers will take over the church, of course, if the pro-lifers are silent. That's the problem we're facing.
And the same thing is true on these gender and sexuality issues, which we'll get to right after the break. We got to talk about that as well. Believe it or not, Ivy League institutions, Ivy League schools are suppressing the truth about transgender research that some transgender activists don't like. And you're not going to believe this, but we'll talk about it when we get back. You're listening to Cross-Examine with Frank Turek. My guest today, Dr. Mike Adams from UNC Wilmington. We're back in 2 minutes. Don't go away.
If you find value in the content of this podcast, don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, where you can find more. Just type Cross-Examine or Frank Turek on the search bar. Also, visit our website where we add new videos, articles, and free resources daily.
You know, if you have doubts about Christianity, many of us sometimes do. Well, sometimes I have doubts. Like I wrote a book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, and sometimes I wake up and go, I wonder if this stuff is true. Well, when I realize the evidence is quite good, I realize I ought to start doubting my doubts, because once you start doubting your doubts, you're back to knowing something for sure. In other words, most of my doubts are psychological. They're not intellectual. Well, Bobby Conway, the 1 Minute Apologist, has written a book on doubt, and he's actually running a new course for us. And it's called Doubting Toward Faith. It begins in October. If you want to be a part of it, just go to crossexamine.org, click on online courses, and if you watch the 4-minute YouTube video, it is chilling. It's a 4-minute opening video about this course. It's amazing. You want to watch it. Just go to crossexamine.org, click on online courses. I'm here with my friend Dr. Mike Adams, who is one of my colleagues here on occasion at Cross Examine when we go out and teach Fearless Faith seminars at churches all over the country. And Mike, we were talking prior to this about the abortion issue, but I want to transition today, or in this segment, to talk about an issue that occurred at Brown University, an Ivy League school, just a couple of weeks ago. And I'll just give a 1-minute kind of overview of what happened. A medical doctor by the name of Lisa Littman did some research, and she basically discovered that there was a number of teenage girls who averaged about 16 years old in her study who suddenly became real interested in transgenderism, that they wanted to transition. And they had none of this prior, early on in life, like many young people do who go down this route. And she seemed to pinpoint the fact that the reason that there was this big surge in transgenderism interest by these largely female young people was because they had spent a lot of time on social media. And social media was encouraging them, affirming them to get involved in transgenderism and maybe even do the surgery. And so she did this research. Brown University originally put a little blurb on the research. It was peer-reviewed research. And then some activists, transgender activists, started hammering on social media Brown University for suggesting that this was good research, even though they couldn't in any way find anything wrong with the facts or the methodology of coming to these conclusions. And the dean of the school, or the dean of the department, took the thing down, took the article down that said, hey, you ought to look at this research, and maybe we can read some of what he said. Yeah. But is this common? Does this happen all the time?
Well, this is new. This whole transmania thing is actually an extension of what we were talking about before. You know, in the abortion debate, what we've got is this idea of personhood philosophically separating from biology, right?
Yeah.
You see that, the idea that human identity, can be separated from biological facts.
Uh-huh.
That's how we end up killing innocent human beings, right?
Right.
In the name of choice. Well, the same thing is at play in the transgendered movement. That this idea that your gender can be utterly divorced from basic biological facts. It's just kind of the next step in where we're moving. And so it's really interesting because this fascinates me because I have a master's degree in psychology, and I was taught, all of my professors in graduate school were Democrats. And I took abnormal psychology, and I had to memorize the DSM Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the 3rd edition of it, and I had to be able to say that gender identity disorder is a thing that exists, right? Mm-hmm. It's out there. If you're biologically male and think that you're female, you have a disorder.
A mental disorder.
Yeah, yes. Thinking that you're something you're not.
Right.
Is the definition of a disorder. If I think I'm a poached egg, it's no different. I mean, I've got a problem. And these were all Democrats. There were no right-wing professors who were forcing me to learn this stuff and turn around and regurgitate it. And then I don't believe that the DSM changed until probably about 2015. It's only been about 3 years where they've sort of lightened up and said, well, the real problem is if you have a problem with it and have anxiety as a result of it. They kind of, you see this subtle wording change there. It's not a disorder in and of itself, and kind of unless you define it as a problem. It's really strange, and the listeners out there can take a look at the wording changes and see what's going on, because it's not the first time that the DSM has kind of been altered for political reasons.
Yeah.
And so here's I think the catching point that's very important. We wanted to back off of this idea that gender identity disorder is a disorder per se. Okay, we don't want to suggest that there's something wrong with folks like the Caitlyn Jenners of this world, for example. Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting. I believe that this reaction by this dean up at Brown actually reinforces the idea that trans folks are emotionally weaker, right? Mm-hmm. It's like we have got to take this peer-reviewed research and grab it and yank it off the website, because if they see it, they'll fly off the handle. They won't be able to handle it.
They already did fly off the handle, and this is literally what he said. This is literally what he said. The school has heard from Brown community members expressing concerns that the conclusions of the study could be used to discredit efforts to support transgender youth and invalidate the perspectives of members of the transgender community, unquote. So basically he's saying that facts discovered by this research might cause some people to disagree with it and not support their political goals, so we're going to suppress the facts.
The university is now saying feelings don't care about your facts.
I mean, they're offended by facts, Mike.
Yeah.
And it's not like they said, well, the research isn't good, the model wasn't properly, or the methodology was faulty, or they didn't say any of that. They didn't say the facts were wrong. They said we need to hide the facts because people are upset.
Yeah. I had an experience back in high school briefly of dating a woman who suffered from anorexia. Okay.
Yes.
And imagine, and she was just really beginning to lose a lot of weight. It wasn't a good situation. Mm-hmm. Imagine the university taking the position that, well, look, if she perceives that she's fat, well, we've got to go there and we've got to help her. We've got to reinforce this view and help her body to adjust. You kill people.
I know. Yeah.
With that kind of compassion.
Yeah. In fact, let's give her a right to liposuction too. That's basically what the transgender movement is doing. If you truly want to love somebody, you truly want to help somebody, you tell them the truth.
Yeah.
And the truth is, if you think you're a man but you're really a woman, you can't change your body, but you can change your mind. And when it comes to anorexia, it was Dr. Paul McHugh of Johns Hopkins University, a psychiatrist. He brought up that analogy. He said, transgenderism is like anorexia. You just brought it up. There's a disconnect between your mind and your body. You can't change your body. You can change your mind.
Right.
And so it's tragic. And as you know, the research bears this out, that people who even have the transgender surgery still, 20 years after the research, or 20 years after the surgery, I should say, still experience suicide rates at 20 times the normal population. So the surgery doesn't even help them.
Right.
So, and when you say this, well, it's politically incorrect, and you're going to take all sorts of arrows, and I'll probably get emails because of this.
That's fine.
Yeah, so that's fine. I'm just telling you the truth. You don't like the truth? There's nothing I can do. You don't like it. Okay. But now for an Ivy League school, and by the way, I've got to point this out, and if you want to read an article on this, you can go to, let me see, the website here is Quillette.com, QUILLETTE.com. And the gentleman writing this article from which I just read, his name is Jeffrey Flyer. He is the former dean of the Harvard Medical School.
Right.
And he is saying that what Brown is doing to suppress this research is a big red flag. And he's never seen this before, that a political pressure put on by activists who are not medical doctors are causing an Ivy League institution to suppress their own research.
Right. And there's an important moral point for us to make out there. People who jump in and applaud other people who are destroying themselves and harming themselves, they don't love them. They don't care about them. They only have one concern, and that is to get social approval.
Right.
And, I think it's absolutely shocking. When we had this whole HB2 controversy that occurred, I guess that was back in 2016.
A couple of years ago here in Charlotte.
April. And it began here in Charlotte, and obviously it spread up to Raleigh. And what's interesting is we have approximately 50 faculty senators at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. And when it came up for there to be a vote on a resolution to condemn HB2, guess what the vote was?
What?
50-0.
Oh, it's crazy.
We didn't have a single dissenter out there. And what that shows is the dissenters are actually there.
They're just groups.
They're actually there.
They're afraid.
But you see that people are pretending, and they're just going along because they want to avoid some of the hysteria that we've actually talked about in this program that happens. On social media, it's one thing, but when it starts to actually happen within the gates of the academy, that's another thing. There's no last refuge.
Yeah, it's scary, folks. It really is. And the church needs to speak up and speak the truth in love. And some people are going to hate you for speaking the truth. In fact, Paul talks about this in Romans chapter 1, that people suppress the truth and unrighteousness to go their own way. They don't want the truth being brought up. This is why, as I've said many times in this program, the key question I ask people who are not Christians is, if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? And many of them will say no. Why? Because it's not about truth. It's about what they personally want. They're not on a truth quest or on a happiness quest, and they're just going to believe whatever they think is going to make them happy. And tragically, if you believe in error, ultimately you're going to be unhappy. The only way to get true contentment and happiness is to go straight through truth, and Jesus is the truth.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Mike, give it our listeners again where they can learn more about you and how to get in contact with you and read your columns.
Well, just go to the Daily Wire, and also I've got my archive is still up there at townhall.com. I've probably got 1,000 things that I've written there over the last decade or so. And of course, pick up a copy of Letters to a Young Progressive. You'll enjoy it. Do it before you go to college, though.
That's right. Before you go to college. Letters to a Young Progressive, the greatest subtitle in the history of books, which is
How to Avoid Wasting Your Life Protesting Things You Don't Understand.
I love it.
But Greg Kokel made that up.
He did.
Greg gave that to me.
It's
so
great.
I got to give him credit.
All right, that's the great Dr. Mike Adams. Pray that we're not underwater as you listen to this. Mike lives in Wilmington. I live in Charlotte. And don't forget, this coming Thursday, I'll be with Dr. Richard Howe and Dr. Tim McGrew at Grand Valley State University. And then at Rethink the following weekend, also a grassroots conference right after Grand Valley State in Michigan. It's all on the website, crossexamine.org. Check it out, and we'll see you here next week. God bless.
We work hard to create great content and deliver truth and valuable insights to all of our Cross-Examine podcast listeners. If you agree, take 30 seconds out of your busy schedule to leave us a 5-star rating.
Yeah, well, okay. So we have seems to be uploaded at least in regards of see here, it should be on the front page. Abortion is murder. Yep, it is. Let's see here if we can find it on the front page here. Should be on the front page. Don't see it. New videos. No. Oh, there we go. That is. Abortion is. Abortion is murder.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of Ratio Christi, the College Republicans, the College...
Our food systems are harming the health of people and planet. Food systems contribute to over 30% of greenhouse gas emissions and account for almost 1/3 of the global burden of disease. Transforming food systems is therefore essential by shifting towards healthier, diversified, and more plant-based diets. If food systems delivered healthy diets for all, we could save 8 million lives per year. WHO is committed to supporting countries to develop and implement policies to improve diets and fight climate change. I'm therefore very pleased that over 130 countries have signed the COP28 UAE Declaration on Climate and Health. Together, we can protect and promote the health of both people and planet.
Moved towards the territory of Ukraine by those in Ukraine. Our military services, our emergency services, everyone is, our investigators are working on finding out the orchestrators of this terrorist attack, those who gave them transportation, who gave them.
University released a study last week by 3 researchers, all of them liberal, I believe, who concluded that the actual number of illegal aliens in this country is not 11 million, it's north of 22 million. 22 million. Fact 1. Fact 2. The Democratic Party is now, as a matter of policy, calling for the legalization of all illegals in this country. Citizenship voting rights. 22 million new voters. Fact 3. The overwhelming majority of first-time immigrant voters vote Democrat. Fact 4. The largest margin in American presidential history was 17 million votes. 1984 election between Mondale and Reagan. 17 million. You would add to our voter rolls 22 million, at least, permanent electoral majority in perpetuity. That's what this is about. It's not about making the country better, serving our labor needs, helping the population. It's about putting Democrats in power forever. That is the truth of our immigration.
Oh my God, what they're doing to the internet right now as far as internet search results is far worse than even I had realized. In my previous video, I showed what happens when you Google certain topics, or any topic, whether it be something controversial or something benign, and how it will show hundreds of millions and even billions of search results. But when you scroll over just a few dozen pages, it just stops dead in its tracks. And upon doing some further experimenting into this, because I read many comments and people asking what happens when you use alternative platforms like DuckDuckGo and others. So upon doing some experimentation, I found that it's even far worse than I had realized. And this is really important because certain people had some feedback saying that, okay, this is nothing sinister, this is nothing, conspiratorial, it just has to do with data and how the internet search engines work. But let me just jump into this to show you just how bad things truly are involving the controlling of information. Okay, so here I am back at Bing, which is the second largest search engine after Google/YouTube. And here I am, I just type in this simple little date, which we all are aware of, and as you can see, we have 8.7 billion search results. So let me just scroll back down and do what we did last time, except for you're going to find something far more disturbing than the results just cutting off. So give this just a second, and notice that at the top, every time I go to another page, they throw Wikipedia at the very, very top. But start to notice some of these reoccurring titles. Ex-officer, police officer gets 7 years in prison. After Mar-a-Lago search, users on pro-Trump, blah, 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 blah. So just wait for it, because you're going to see very quickly the same thing over and over and over again. Look at this. Mar-a-Lago, sorry, it keeps highlighting everything, but look at this here. Keep watching. After Mar-a-Lago users, blah, 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 from NBC News. That's page 13. Let's go to page 15. Again, Wikipedia. Go down. Same article right here. Ex-officer gets 7 years. NBC News, Mar-a-Lago golf course, blah, blah, blah. This same one, NBC News, after Mar-a-Lago, blah, blah, blah. Go to page 17. Same thing. Look, this article as well from Wikipedia. January 6th. Look at this. Over and over again. Look, page 17. Let's go to 19. Look at this. People were trying to criticize me in my prior videos saying that you don't understand how the data works. It doesn't matter. It's not showing you billions of results. You don't need to see them anyways. And people just explaining away the situation. No, this is far worse. Look, it's going to end at a certain point, like I showed you last time. It's like a few dozen pages in. Go watch that previous video. But this is even worse than that. This is quite literally shockingly worse than I had imagined. Look, it's the same articles over and over and over again. On page 25, going on to page 27. Look, same thing, over and over and over again. Page 29, same thing, over and over and over again. Do you get the point? I'm not even going to bother showing you how far this goes. I don't even care because, well, I do care, but I want to show you what happens. Let's go to Yahoo, which I trashed on last time. And you're going to see something. Look, you see I already searched for it. So watch this. About 130 million results, far less than Bing or Google. But watch this. Let me just scroll over, page 5. Let me go to page 7. Just wait for it. I'm just going to go several pages in.
I think I ended now.